Hey, so how's it going? Yep, it's late and SG is on, and I was, doing some research, going around, looking through some channels, checking out some shit. And here's the funny thing is that, Boohoo knows as well as I do that it doesn't matter what I say. They're going to say that I support Yaxley for what he says and does and blah, 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 blah. Because he knows that he's been part of that community that has done nothing but harass people. Um, hi Tomcat. Till sometimes uh until tragedies happen, you know. Uh it is disturbing to me to see um any of all of that stuff, any of it and all of it being allowed a platform. And the reason why is because there's a lot of people who want to run off people who have moral compasses. Hello, Randa. Who have moral compasses and give a crap. Give a crap about the future. And they don't want history repeating itself, worldwide. They don't. There's people who do care. Believe it or not, there's people who do care. And if people want to, I mean, seriously, um, can you imagine that these are grown people? These are grown up people. Like uh, Crystal Love, right? The pathetic one there. She'll sit there and literally make a whole live stream about me having my videos there with my friend Pete. With my friend Pete. And somebody else literally will make up an account and call themselves Pete and spend a couple of hours in that live stream pretending to be somebody else because they're pathetic. I mean, they may have their reasons for it. My perception of it is being pathetic. Um, like just pathetic. Pathetic that Crystal Love has nothing going on in her life, that she can't make videos and be, I don't know, normal person and talk about normal things. I mean, these are adult people sitting there pretending that the person in the live stream with them is really Pete talking to them, probably end up believing themselves after a little while. Hey, you guys, you listening here? I get it. I get it. You got the cat. She's always in heat, but you're gonna end up getting her fixed. You should, because that must drive you crazy. I just couldn't believe that this woman literally has nothing better in her life to make videos about than me. Isn't that weird? I don't know. Is it only weird to me, you guys? Like, she literally has my friend's picture as her thumbnail. How much of fucking stalker behavior is that? To use my friend's picture for her thumbnail. She doesn't have her own fucking friends? That's stalker shit. That's disturbing for her to stalk my friend like that, in my opinion. Like, I can't even make a video with my friend without these fucking weirdos making videos like that. Like, what's wrong with them? Fucking weird. Like, who uses somebody else's friend's picture for their fucking stupid fucking bullshit behavior? A disclaimer, I do not own all the audio contained within this video. Hi, Hidden Blessings. Hi, Kimberly. But I am using it within fair use app guidelines. Tomcat is the one, I mean, this woman is the one that we believe to be that stupid comedian. Hi, Hidden Blessings.
So what's happening? Anything going on? I have a pretty busy week, so I just wanted to jump on. I didn't post the live that I did last night, but so as you know, I'm working on a book, and I want to
Not a very good book.
know, and I will be changing the names, of course. But who wants to be included?
Ugh.
Again, changing the names.
Too fucking bad, bitch.
Oh no, not at all. You're no. Mm-mm. I wasn't offended at all. It's you didn't say to catch SG's short a few of her lives with her friend Peter. Oh my God, we laughed so hard last night.
His name's Pete. You laughed so hard last night? Why would you laugh so hard? Yeah, he is a funny guy. What's the problem there, you know?
Oh wow, it is worth every penny. You know, it's nice to have a nice bag. It really is nice to have a nice bag, especially when you're traveling. And this is like, I'm like, oh, I might have to get that bag. I mean, I think 150, that's what kind. Yeah. Yeah. How many bags do you have? I have to ask him. Munchie insisted, and I
Of course, Christina has to say, Tracy is live. Oh, big
played it while
deal.
I was on because I don't go over there at all. But she said it was really funny and it was hilarious. Hey, Tina, what's happening with you tonight?
Just not being the best psychiatrist that I pretend to be, apparently.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Patricia Nash has nice stuff.
Good for you guys, name droppers.
It's a pretty name. I love Christine. I like the name Christina too. A lot of stuff. Even though I'm a minimalist, you would not realize the amount of stuff you have
Oh, yeah, she's a minimalist.
fit with the decor of my old house. But God, and Mr. Tim aren't big fans. That's interesting. Christine, you call it pop. Ollie calls it pop too. And I know.
Well, I'm not going to step on her toes. I don't know. I can end my live stream then, I guess, if you want. I can end it, I guess.
The mostest. Tina, can I tell you something funny, Tina? Is that when Johnny uses the restroom outside, I like pumpkin pie, but not so much anymore. I think apple pie is my. Oh, you're just gonna say hello to everyone. So, ooh, oil of oregano. Okay with me. Carrie Ann Munchie was on last night. He was hilarious. Oh my
Oh,
God.
was he? I bet.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Does it make your house smell when you use that?
Oh, really? I didn't know you could do that, Kimberly.
Yeah, I'm ready for your real name. No, don't dox yourself. So you don't have to, you don't have to worry. Well, and I already have the project, going. So what's up? You're lucky. Strong immune system. That's great. That's great. Crystal a few times, and I've done a similar thing. Like, I know it's not my name, but it's like I've heard it and started like, are they talking about my channel? Interesting that some people get the jab and have absolutely no problems at all, and some people that do, they think that
Crystal Love.
their illness is related to the jab. I think everybody was sort of like,
No, we're just friends. We're just friends.
You hear of that. I know there's sort of a controversy going around about all these young people passing. When I say young, Casey. Oh my God, too funny. So, Mr. Tim, do you want to be Mr. Tim in the book? I was just Casey.
She ain't putting me in no
Oh.
fucking book.
South Michigan. Yes. So KFC, check out the short of Pete. He's a charmer. I mean, I felt sorry for him and I felt sorry for his situation.
Why would she feel sorry for him? Because her friends are fucking like sad when she's around them.
Tiffany says Pete says she's hostage.
Pete's why? Oh, good.
Oh my God.
SG wanted a Petey sausage. You could tell he couldn't stand her. Fucking pathetic, man. Pete wanted to backhand that abrasive hoe. Wow. Wow. Pete, if you need help, blink twice. Uh, wow. Women take advantage of disabled men. Wow. Disgusting.
Poor Pete. Hi, Stephanie. I didn't
Hi, Nat.
say hi to you. Pete, if you need help, blink twice.
Wow.
Oh,
The fuck is she giggling about? Is she like tickling herself or something?
oh, oh my God. Carrie Ann says,
The fuck is she laughing about? Tina Lane says, so how old is Pete? Wow, Tina, I can't believe that you're such a fucking asshole.
you can tell he couldn't stand her. I know, it's so obvious. As she wanted a Pete.
That's how fucking Pete acts, okay? I have the funniest picture of us from like, I don't know, probably 6 years ago. Maybe not 6 years ago, probably 5 years ago. It's the funniest fucking picture. It is so funny. I'm all smiles. We're fishing. We were fishing. And I'm all smiles. And he's next to me with this fucking look on his face, this miserable look on his face. But we laugh the whole entire time when we're together. We laugh and laugh and laugh and laugh and laugh. And there's a reason why Pete and I don't date. It's because I've seen the way Pete treats girls. And he's not the most monogamous person. Okay. So not to be putting him, I'm not putting him down. He's wicked funny. I love hanging out with him. And the reason why I didn't remember his dog's name is because the dog, he hasn't had it the whole time. He's his her fourth owner. Why, Nat? Why? What's wrong? I didn't know you were sick. I'm sorry that you're sick, Nat. I hope you feel better. Positive prayers and power of positivity for you. Mr. Tim goes, Stephanie, like that forever type love, the one with the romance. Oh, I don't know. I can't even believe that he has a girlfriend and he talks like that to his.
He's just $5 Tommy. Oh, I got you. Well,
What's up? He really looked uncomfortable. Like maybe he thought she would try to take advantage of him. Oh my God, that's so ridiculous.
take your word for it because I won't give her a watch time. LOL, I'm stubborn. Yeah, I didn't really want to either because I don't go over there. But Munchie was putting the pressure on. I was like, I got it. Damn you, Crystal, I burned my tongue with hot chocolate. I'm sorry. Connie. Oh, oh my God, I can imagine it. Yeah.
What is she giggling about?
Stephanie, like, everyone type, yeah. Romance, candy, flowers, open doors, hold the coat. It's okay, you made me laugh, but I didn't want to spit it on the floor, so you can stop it.
Moonshot says, like Simple Truth said last night, SG was trying to strike a pose and put her head on his shoulder, but he wasn't having it. LOL.
You ever have that in between thing? When you're getting scalded with soup or coffee or hot chocolate, someone makes you laugh, and it's like, okay, do I scald my throat or do I spit it out? And you kind of.
You know, first of all, KFC, you're in there and you're gonna sit there fucking making your comments, and you don't want anybody else saying shit about you. Secular goes, a lot of drug addicted women take advantage of lonely old man, drug addicted males, and disabled men that are emotionally and mentally slow. I don't even understand this. They don't have friends that they hang out with. I mean, um, Tiffany says, okay, I've downloaded all the Pete videos.
It goes down and then out, and then it's like, what the heck? I'll scald my throat. Oh my God. Save Pete.
The fuck is she giggling about, man?
South Michigan, we have to save Pete. That will be my next GoFundMe. No, I've never had a.
Tiffany says, I will be doing a Pete and as a bonus, his dog's body language analysis here soon. That's pathetic.
GoFundMe. Save Pete. I'm going to have a GoFundMe. Free Pete. Oh.
Tiffany says, because the dog was showing very obvious signs of distress and avoidance. No, he wasn't. He's chewing a fucking bone.
Go for the show.
KFC says, I'm freaking dying. Yes, we know, we've heard, KFC.
Oh my God.
I can't believe this woman thinks she's funny. Hi, Just
John. Me too. A poor dog, Casey says. I was thinking the same thing.
People, they don't even fucking know, man.
Just didn't even know the dog's name. It's a baby. Go fund.
Mr. Tim says, go fund Pete so he can leave the USA. Really, Mr. Tim?
Pete so he can leave. Oh my God, you guys are freaking hilarious. You really are. You sure you guys aren't comics?
I think you're blowing smoke up their ass. God, Crystal, your laugh is getting on my nerves.
The dog, the German Shepherd, was trying to act.
He had a bone, Tiffany, you stupid bitch. Oh my God. She sure should.
Tiffany, did all of you see the video? If you don't want to give it a view, Tiffany, you watched a few times.
God, so corny.
In German, says Mr. Tim.
Oh, listen to Connie M. Wow. That's what crackheads do, is look on the floor for something that ain't there. They were actually talking about the dog, not crackheads. Okay, Connie M. Sounds a little revealing about yourself. Tina Elaine says he looked like he wanted to chew off his own leg to get away. Well, I don't think chewing off his own leg would work at getting away since he wasn't in a trap, Tina Lane, and that would make it harder for the dog to walk. No, I really can't have blessings. I cannot.
Oh, shoot. He can take his dog and go to Germany and drink beer. Oh,
God, she looks
oh my God.
ridiculous.
You guys are killing me. You can see the floor. Guys,
Oh my God.
I was shocked at SG's junk pile. Oh, I know. Dogs are very good at judging
That was
character.
a stock photo.
Tina says he looked like he wanted to chew up his own leg to get away. SG was on.
Tina Lane goes, they look like they were spliced together from 2 different videos. Really? Wow.
Father Tiffany says, why does Christine stop away? Wait a minute.
My God, I can't stand listening to her. She's making me nauseous. She really is. She's making me nauseous. She's like pathetic sounding. Really got me nauseous there. Like, ugh, she's nasty. Hi, Sharon. She is just nauseous as hell, man. Or nauseating, I should say.
They disagreed and called you out and said, just for the heinous crime of speaking to someone that he's either jealous of or he doesn't like. But he is free to forgive things that he's allowed to befriend someone who is racist. The same with Doug. You hear the Doug audio of him screaming, you N-I, you know the word, and then you hear him screaming it 3 more times, and then you hear him at, you dirty fucking Dominican beep. So, that.
Oh, it was something that was old.
That's in the past, isn't it, Braden? You've actually defended that person, haven't you, Braden? You've actually made videos defending that person, haven't you? Same with Katie. You know she photoshopped my daughter. The same skin tone, 2 of them. The other 2 are blonde. Straight hair, blonde as you fucking like. In fact, the one got to wear factor fucking 50 out in the sun. I've never put sun protection on. I don't need to. It don't matter how hot it is, what country I go to. I slap oil all over myself because my skin tone can cope with it. So can 2 of my daughters' skin tone. But some of my brothers and sisters are. Let's pretend that you actually said it. Why can't it be in the past? Why is it that you decide how long someone is guilty of something and who is guilty of something? So now we've covered Doug, and there was no mistaking.
I mean, that is true.
what he was saying, and we got Katie. Now, the fact that she's now using the same ape image, which she has given to Frank, pretending that it's a werewolf, that's the spin on that. And they say the werewolf of Penarth. She wasn't putting, that was none of that. No. And everybody knows, you go back over any of my videos, that the dark skin tone in me comes from the fact that my my daughter. Oh, till they agree with him, as you see him bullying new metal arsehole. Hang on a second.
Now, this is Piston Excellence. Disclaimer, I do not own the audio contained within this, but I am using it.
Understand, you were friendly with me for 19 years, not a problem. You were more friendly with me than anybody on you. We spoke every day. Sometimes we spoke for 4. Because if you can't prove it's him, he can still shout all about his morale fucking standing. Braden was calling. Oh, she posted one of my daughters with the word slut under her. In Katie's past, right? And Katie has expressed that she's a changed person. She's never apologized to it because she's never admitted it, despite you recording it live on her page. Despite the fact that you busted her for the channel using my daughter as an ape.
They did that. That's crazy that they did that.
Then let's look at, so she's never apologized, but because you decide, you're acting like God, Braden. You sound fucking warped, you cunt. You're fucking sounding fucking nuts, you fucking freak. What you're saying is if it's in the past and the person has expressed remorse, she hasn't expressed remorse. She's never fucking admitted it. And it's not that long ago that she was doing it to my mother and me, because you're the person who recorded it on your Google Play.
Yeah, because he put this up, which is really unnecessary. You know, it's really unnecessary. His unwarranted attack on us.
Yes.
All very unwarranted.
The Boo Effect here. Survivor Girl, still over there ranting, monitoring my page. Wow, that was quick. You just need that material, don't you, Survivor Girl? Because you have no
You're the one who had videos up.
real purpose on your channel, other than to monitor and stock other people's material and replay on your channel.
Sounds like it was you that was doing it.
Okay, with no permission. But I guess it's commentary, biased, harassive commentary, but nonetheless. Now look, I stated I don't know who Lipstick is, okay?
Okay,
But
I thought we had already discussed that with you, but then you had to make a third video.
Read her comment, so I can derive a definitive point from that comment. Do you understand that? I don't need to know somebody personal, all right?
Okay, but if you don't know them personal, then why make a video slanderous about them? I mean, if you just, do you know yourself? I mean, just talk about your own life events. Talk about yourself. Talk about your own, really.
To be able to respond appropriately, accordingly.
Respond?
Okay?
You're the one who put the fucking thing up.
Now, you can rant about me for 8-10 hours a day.
I don't rant about you for 8 to 10 hours a day. I think you wish I would, maybe. I don't know. Is that like a rite of passage nowadays?
I don't care. It's not going to intimidate me. You're not going to use lengthy endless psychology against me.
Actually, I don't even have it in me. I think it's ridiculous. I don't, no matter what I say, you'd be speaking the same bullshit because apparently I've never seen you do a video about yourself or your life or anything. It's always about somebody else. I don't know.
To back me off. Now, my issue with e-beggars is finished. We're done. Okay. That chapter is done. We made amends. Okay. And that's that. I'm not going to keep it.
When did that happen, buddy? Because your argument was public, but what, your fucking making amends was private?
Going on and on and on. Now, it does make me very concerned why you would accept a person like Yaxley, knowing his value system, being a self-proclaimed Nazi. That's
I didn't hear him say he was a self-proclaimed Nazi. That's you saying that.
disturbing. And you being a proud Jewish, that's pretty
A
self-condemning.
proud Jewish? Me being a proud Jewish? You know what I'm thinking, guy.
In my book, okay? In my opinion, as you always like to claim. All right? Now, what I have an issue about and with is none of your business.
Well, apparently it is because you're talking about me.
Mind your own business. If you want to make my business yours, then so be it, okay? I will respond accordingly. Now, you do nothing all day.
What do you do all day? Apparently I do things sometimes because a lot of your dumbass friends got to make videos about it, about my friend P, about anything they can think of. If I go to the fair, if I do a cemetery stroll, whatever the fuck it is, okay? Okay? They have to, make fun of it or talk about it as if they don't do anything. But here's you, buddy, acting like you think you know what I do all day, slandering me, telling me what I support and what I don't support, while openly admitting that you don't even really know people that you sit there judging. So how about you just mind your own fucking business and worry about what you do all day? I don't care what you do all day.
Your hobby and endeavor is to be online like a full-time job.
From what I see, it seems like you are online a lot more than people think. That dumbass, stupid, pathetic, giggling hyena, Crystal Love.
You are doing live streams every single day, just about. Okay?
And you dictate to me because of why? Huh?
Ranting about this, ranting about that. If you were truly happy and content and self-righteous and all these matters, you wouldn't be online.
Well, from the sounds of you, it sounds like you're not happy and content.
As much as you are. Now, I can speak about whom I want at any time.
I know. We're trying.
Okay? It's none of your business.
It's none of your business
Now,
how
if
long I'm
Lipstick's
on
going
live
to be
stream.
accusing me of being stuck on Tiffany, soliciting her attention for her approval, then I'm going to respond to that. That's none of your business. All right?
I don't think that's at all what Lipstick's comment said. Not at all. She said, how come you're laying off Tiffany now? That's what she said. She said, you used to be on her like flies on shit, and yet now you're laying off her. How come? That's what she said. So how come you don't answer her? Deflect.
Now, I would not make amends with anybody that is a Nazi. That's just my opinion. He hardly compares to e-beggars.
Oh, so what you're saying, e-beggars is a Nazi?
E-beggars apologized. He's very supportive. I have no issues with him. Now, his offenses doesn't even compare to somebody like Yaxley. You state that Yaxley and you had your exchanges.
I don't think a lot of you people over in that pocket have a good moral compass at all, buddy. So you might as well be talking about yourself right now, or TM, or any other of your fucking friends over there that you have been going back and forth, arguing with, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth for the last 10 years. Changing your names, blah, 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 blah. Then still talking about people who you people have driven to take their own lives, in my opinion, allegedly. Still arguing about who gets the fucking notch on their bedpost for that one. I mean, please. You're disgusting and disgraces. The pocket you are partaking in and then trying to pull us into, just because we share out people's channel links, we do that because we, you know, share out channel links. If we're mentioning somebody, we'll share out their channel. I'm just recently learning that I need to keep some people blocked at all times because they just come in, they try to make a little fucking get me going, and then and make a video like eBeggars does. He acts ridiculous.
Before your differences, you called him out about, you know, being this Nazi and calling you a Jewish this
I
and
never
this
said he called me anything. I never said he called me anything. So why you're lying again, I really don't know.
Nazi and calling you a Jewish this and this and that.
A Jewish this, and that. I never called him out for being a Nazi. I never said he was a Nazi. Okay? And he never called me a Jewish this, and that. Okay, buddy? So, what is it exactly you're trying to incite?
Derogatory overtone. Okay, that's
Huh?
fine. But why would you talk to him again? Why would you promote his channel? Huh? You promoted
I promoted your channel. I don't always agree with it.
Piss and Excellence channel, a person known to have just raked you over the coals and said the most disgusting, demeaning things about you.
You know what? You just don't want anybody showing support or getting encouragement from over here or showing any kind of support. You just don't. You just don't. You just don't. Doesn't jive with the amount of time that a bunch of weirdos have spent trying to unalive troll somebody. And that's what it boils down to, okay?
Promote her channel because Yaxley was on a live stream with her. Why would you promote Yaxley? Why is a Nazi acceptable at any time? That's my question. Okay. Now you can sit there and dance around the
Why would you promote Ollie?
cones. The main
They were
point.
making fun of Anne Frank. Why the hell are you gonna promote that?
And you're comparing apples to oranges. What eBeggar says.
You don't get to say what disturbs me is the same as what disturbs you. Okay? I think you're not comparing apples to oranges at all. I think you're just repeating the same behavior that you have done for the last 10 years that you've been on YouTube, in the same pocket that you're in. You are in a community where that's what you people do. You're fucking weirdos. You unalive troll people, in my opinion, allegedly, from what I see. That's what you guys do. That's what you're partaking in my opinion.
Done versus what Yaxley does and stands for, and the way he treats people. his radical ideals against the government here in the United States pales in contrast. Okay? Now, that's all I'm going to touch on this one. We'll see you in the next one. And I'm sure there's going to be a next one because Survivor Girl needs.
Nah, because you need to get in on some heavy duty, aggressive, unalive trolling. All right, whatever you gotta do.
Material. She likes to.
How many people do they have to recruit to keep harassing women? Like, oh, we're gonna call on the big guns now. These are the men. These are the men.
To harangue people for long hours of the night. Okay, that's what she does.
I can do whatever the fuck I want. You don't like it? Then don't listen.
Tries to use the art of intimidation by her long, drawn out, lengthy lives.
That's intimidating to you? How is that intimidating to you?
Streams, trying to wear on your psyche. She tries to tear down your mental.
From the sounds of you, it kind of sounds like I might have, like, maybe worn a little down on your psyche. Just in my opinion. Alrighty then.
Health in order for her to control you.
In order for her to control you, she tries to wear down your psyche.
All for views, praise, and adulation. Pathetic.
Yes, all for views, praise, and adulation. It's pathetic, I say. The
form of sadism. Okay?
The form of sadism.
My opinion. Just like what you like to say all the time. You state that disclaimer all the time because you fear.
Oh, what a horrible bitch I am.
Somebody coming at you with a civil tort because you know.
Because you fear somebody coming at you with a civil tort. Well, I'd rather they come at me with a fucking chocolate tort.
Inside that you are doing wrong.
No, I know inside that I say it, in my opinion, allegedly. Yes, Kimberly, with mind control. Yes, Kimberly, when you hear my voice, you will also talk like this.
Or inflicting abuse in the form of your live streams.
Her live streams are abusive. They're injuring my psyche.
Live streams is your weapon of choice. Okay? We'll see.
I'm gonna beat you with my live stream. Don't make me beat you with a live stream. Don't make me. Do not make me beat you with a live stream. Back off, Jack. I got a loaded live stream here. Boing.
So everybody said, oh my God. And his thoughts on people of colour. We've got Braden going at Urban, calling him boy. And we've got Braden going at laugh at you, Neanderthal, and all those things. Hang on 2 seconds. Well, I say 2 seconds. 6. Now, these are people that Braden is defending. Now, if anybody who speaks to, I can't click off my page to see your chat. Hang on, because if I do, I will lose. Not sure, but I should. Bully you. Because Braden will accuse you of things. But meanwhile, Braden is okay. Now remember, he's not falling out with Forrest because of the United Cracker fucking posse fund.
I don't know what.
Let's analyse this and take it apart. Braden claims because of some audio that I can't make head nor tail of. I'm going to try better later, but at this present time, I can't make head or tail of it. Now, Braden can now attack anybody he sees fit just for the heinous crime of speaking to someone that he's either jealous of or he does. Cosine, why did Tiffany get known as Tiffany M. Lego? Because Katie Childers searched for Lego in the vagina. Now, think about that, people. She's had an
Our gang? What do you mean our gang?
argument with a woman. She thinks, how can I fuck with her? I know.
Who can't work? Who won't work? Do you think I would tell you if I was working? Boo-hoo?
Oh, I'll go on Google, because I've never thought of nothing like this in my fucking life, and I've been mad as fuck sometimes. I'll go on Google, I'll search for a Lego in a vagina.
That's not my creed. My creed is peace, love, and tacos, and takes a licking and keeps on ticking. Is that okay? Steel sharpens steel. A little encouragement goes a long way. Those are my creed. Who supports child stalking? Nobody here does. I think a lot of them over there are. I mean, I mean, come on, Boohoo. Hi, Don. You think that Tiffany and the rest of them, all this arguing is normal? I didn't know there was a moral war. I thought people with morals should stick together. There's a moral war? All right. Here's one for you, Boohoo. Let me ask you a question. Okay? Don't you think it's all okay, Kimberly. Okay, Kimberly, here's the thing. Boohoo, is the video that you have on your channel, is that the one that Agent 19 used to play that is PE when she's saying be a little more respectful there, Boohoo. I wouldn't tell you if I had one. Where she's saying about going after the whomever that person's kid is. Hold on. I'm leaning somewhere with this. Is that the clip of that? The one that Agent 19 used to play? No, I've never been a bum in my life. Answer the question. Is that the clip that you're playing, and is that what you're referring to? That's what I'm asking him right now. Because if he does, Kimberly, listen, what Boohoo Effect doesn't seem to understand is I don't any of them in that pocket, any of them to me, they all seem strange. He seemed like the most normal one, but not anymore now. But is that the video that you have? Is that the clip that you have? I'm asking you a question. Okay. Are you no over somebody pretending to be religious, okay? Answer the fucking question, man. Yes. I state my case, of which I'm certain. Regrets, I've had a few, but then again, too few to mention. Much more, much more than this. I think I might have the words right. I did it my way. For what is a man? What has he got if not himself? Then he has not. I took the something stand, took the blows, took the stand, made a stand, blah 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 blah. Oh, Boohoo Effect. You silly fuck. You silly fuck turd. Who are you judging? What? Did you fall for the hi? Is that Piston Excellence? Hello, Piston Excellent. Exactly. He was friends with you back then. Here's another thing I'd like to ask you, Boohoo. Do you have any children that have been affected by what goes on? Because oh, I'm not raging. Ooh, you called me a bitch. Ooh, rage, bitch. Um, and yet it looks to me like you're the one who's the child stalker. Because do you have any like legit concern for people's children who have been stalked, or do you just get some kind of pleasure out of accusing people of being child stalkers? Because to me it seems like you don't have a dog in the fight if you're not a child stalker, or if you don't have a kid that's being stalked. So why the F are you talking about it? Who the fuck knows who your fucking family is? No, you've kept yourself fucking really, discreet and quiet and shit. Right? What do I think of Katie's? What do I think of Tiffany's? What do I think of this guy's and this guy's and that guy's and this guy's and that guy's? How about yours? Why don't you fucking remove yourself talking about people's kids? You change your stance on it. Oh yeah, because you called me that, buddy. What's your dog in the fight, boo-hoo? Where's your kid that's being stalked? Because you just seem to like to accuse people of it. You don't seem to. Shut the fuck up, boo-hoo. You act like an idiot. Get the fuck out of here. You're wasting my time. Fuck out of here. Act like an idiot. I ain't stuttering. Fuck you. Get the fuck out of here. Simmer down, killer. Dumbass. Think you're gonna fucking come in, get me fucking heated, calling me raging and get me raging, and then make a video like your little buddy E-Beggars. You don't have a dog in this fight. You don't have a kid being harassed. But you want to fucking rant and rave about women whose kids are being harassed. And make fucking my kids being harassed. Her kids being, Piss and Excellence kid, Net's kids being harassed. Fucking Tiffany's kids being harassed. Katie's kids being harassed. And you want to just sit there with no fucking dog in the fight. No dog in the fight. Yeah, very intelligent man that doesn't have a dog in the fight, Hank. All right, you beggars. Coming and talking like silliness.
Even the history of my country. I'm that gutted now, and I watch a lot of history, and I watched a Hitler documentary, but I haven't taken as much notice as perhaps I coulda, shoulda, woulda. You know, when I was young, I just spent my time gazing out the window, fucking thinking about smoking fags and kissing my.
Right, and as far as I'm concerned, YouTube has a lot of is letting a lot of that stuff get away too much, including the child stuff and the Nazi stuff and everything. I did want to say, remember how you had told us, Night Random, Piss and Excellence, how you had said about you had to wait for a ambulance for 4 hours? I saw something. Oh my God, the guy's mother died. They were waiting for the ambulance. The mother died. She died while they were waiting for an ambulance. It was the saddest thing ever. I couldn't believe it.
Boyfriend. Yes, but it's okay because Braden. So now he's bullying Survivor Girl is his new victim, and he will keep going and going and going until she.
I like to think more of Target. Target
acts in a way which he has prescribed. So let's think of some more things that Braden thinks is okay to co-sign, sponsor, because if you speak to the person, remember, he's hanging Survivor Girl and several other people because they have spoken in my chat and they speak to you.
Trying to hang and succeeding.
Actually, so now, if that's the criteria to be a guilty person and a person who should be ostracized, okay, let's look at what Braden is co-signing. Let's look at what Braden is speaking to. Well, a woman who sees mixed race people as monkeys, not rats, monkeys and apes, who was part.
Right. I mean, I don't know anything. I know they take down their stuff. I know I've seen like loads of videos and all of that stuff, but they're not going to answer that. Tracy, Tracy, I'm just call you Tracy, because he doesn't even care if you know that you had your kids harassed. You know what I'm saying? Like he's gonna play back. He would play back a video clip that I don't know how many years it goes back, but it went back 3 years at least that I know of. Right. But the bottom line is by now we know those people don't have any, in my opinion. In my opinion, we know that they don't have any because I mean, you know how you were talking about Chang and how disgusted you were of what happened? He's friends with those people. The same people that you were talking about being disgusted about, he's friends with them. He's friends with people. He goes on live chats. He goes on live chats with people who have, you know, caused the unaliving of a woman's daughter that her heart broke, and every single day she wrote in that guest book, every single day. Oh, did you ask a question, Tom? Oh, okay. Um, he doesn't think it's odd at all that you know, that channel there has channels with, you know, Chang's birthday or date of death, whatever it was, or that they keep saying his name, or that he's, you know, knee deep in this dangerous shit that I don't want to be knee deep in. He thinks that I saw out a bunch of unalive trolls and said, "Hey, hey, I fit the criteria. Hey, hey, I'm inserting myself into your community. Hey." You know what I mean? Oh, you mean, yeah, Boohoo. No, he wouldn't. They won't answer simple questions because they're just here to try to get me to rage, and I don't have any intent on raging at them because the bottom line is until Boohoo pops out a kid and or has a kid that's involved in being harassed, uh, you know, and some not that I want him to or something, but he doesn't get to sit there and in my opinion, just in my opinion, I'm just saying.
My views, I suspect that I know who made this monkey image because of being on the receiving end of many monkey images of my family members.
I don't know why anybody would say anything like that though to you, because I know that here in the U.S., being dark skinned isn't out of the ordinary. But when I lived in England, that's where Oh, right, they are, but so is like Izzy. So is, Ollie. He doesn't even find it odd that Ollie and Tiffany M are buddy buddy. I mean, like,
So you have, oh, look, it's monkeys. Anyway,
I don't want to. Yeah, that stuff. That's hard for me to look at that. I can't believe YouTube even allows that.
super duper goggles on. From peeling bananas to busting caps. And you want to talk about supporting
Who did that? Was that a meme?
racist, Braden? You want to condemn Yaxley for a couple of words?
Who did
Yeah,
that?
it's okay for this shit. Ah, but it's in the past, isn't it? But so it's supposedly what Yaxley said. Yes, Confederate flag, super duper goggles on. From peeling bananas to.
Did he put that up? Who put that up? Who shared that?
But meanwhile, Braden is okay. Now remember, he's not falling out with Forrest because of the United Cracker fucking posse funds fucking page on Facebook. That's not what he's falling out with Forrest for, or anything that he's now throwing at Forrest. He knew all those things when he was friends with Forrest.
He's scary too.
Throwing those things at Forrest because Forrest disagreed with him.
Right, but do you support Forrest? I mean, because Forrest is pretty scary. They're pretty scary people. Yeah.
New metal chick looks, she knew better. New metal chick, hey, I won't have chat unless I know you're here. Because why is it that if he was free to be friends with Forrest? Yes, he is. And didn't agent, because I was going to lay office.
No, I know. What I'm saying is that did they start harassing you when you like were you okay, you know how some people are trolls or whatever they call them. Like, I don't know. They do it because it's what they do, like in for the lulz or whatever, for the lulz stuff. Yeah, I saw one. It was like a meme, right? Is there more stuff that you share on here?
Cracker Posse College funds. That's okay because it's in her past. The same with she's friends with those people. Who did Katie attack me for? And I've got an audio admitting she attacked me because I was arguing with Aniel White. Who's that?
Right, but the thing is Katie and Tiffany are friends now. He was a commentator. I already forgot what I was talking about. Oh, you were as a commentator. Okay, I see what you're saying. So you were doing commentary. Did you get cancer and then is that when you got like how did these people come out? And did you know about Vern like from a while ago? And did they know about Vern from a while ago? I could drop the link if you want. I mean, I feel like they were harassing Vern and making him think it was me. I went to. Hold on. I feel like, you were probably around.
Hey, good morning.
Oh, thank God. I got so nervous that for a second, like I was like, oh, what if they've gotten up here before she did and they're like gonna, prawn bomb me? I was like,
Yeah,
uh
yeah.
oh. Yeah, I feel like you were, more familiar with these people long before I came along. And so you might have been able to see some of the progression that was occurring towards what happened with myself. And,
Yes. Well,
you know,
I came here in 2010 and I was just comments, written comments, but I'm quite good at calling people out. So my first mistake was to call them out as bullies. They were suicide trolling a woman and telling her, the woman had said, if you keep bullying me, I will kill myself live on Blog TV tonight. And they replied with, do it, hurry up, stop talking, you're full of shit, kill yourself, hurry up and do it, and telling her how she should kill herself. So I defended the woman. The next thing I know, I'm being harassed the fuck off initially, just on being British. And then the next thing, my daughter is all over the place. They say she's the colour of dog shit and that she should have a life of servant. She'd never get a good job. Lots. So I went looking for the people who did this. I turned from just a commenting middle-aged woman to right you bastards. I then find Annie White's page, which is one of the people, Katie's friend, Boohoo's now friend, who he defends. I found her Facebook post and she had a black man hanging from a tree with a donkey just being pulled, a cartoon with Ku Klux Klan. She also had images of herself with the Confederate flag and was calling herself Annie White Power. So I busted her out. They then made a Facebook page called Cracker Posse College Fund. And on it, they photoshopped Obama as a monkey. They said from the trees to the White House. It was horrific. So I busted them on that. That was Katie, Forrest, loads of them. Then, when they couldn't get the better of me and I wouldn't stop, me and Braden were friends all this time. Me and Braden spoke for 4 or 5 hours a day, every day, in person. We were best of friends. Braden only turned on me in 2019 because he picked a fight, as he does, as he's doing with you, with Trollope, and I refused to back him because he was in the wrong. I didn't get involved. I stayed quiet and Braden just started attacking me. Then he started to blame me and hang all Katie's sins upon me. And now anybody who speaks to me, as you can see, that's really what, he's not a moral man. If he was a moral man, he says that Katie told him she was there when Chan killed himself. Why would, if he was Mr. Moral, He's hanging us for far less. That's what I came on to say is, look, you're
Yeah,
not
you're
being
right.
abused.
And that's exactly right. Like that's the thing is that you were saying about you know, what happened when that occurred with,
Oh,
you know, Chang, and that's who he's, you know,
yes.
chumming around with, you
Yes.
know. I mean, so it's like
Well,
for me,
bullying you.
yeah, I mean, I feel like if in his video that he made about me, you know, boohoo's, he says that Yaxley called me some name, but he didn't. He actually
No.
didn't call me names. And I never called him out for being a Nazi. Um, what I said, I played exactly what happened was, you know, the same thing that they keep playing, that thing about GGW.
Yeah. Which is
Yeah,
one instance of a conversation that is very vague, and unless you hear the whole conversation, you can't put it into context. The same with the snippets of audio they use with me. They cannot use the whole thing because the question I was asked, for example, when what happened was my daughter was 12 and she was posted all over their Facebooks. They posted on Jimmy Savile's knee, if you know who Jimmy Savile's is.
I
And
don't.
oh, Jimmy Savile is a paedophile, most prolific
Well, who
paedophile
is
in.
this Justin Hess?
Justin Hess was a man who had Asperger's, very high Asperger's, but he was he had a
What's
YouTube
Asperger's?
channel.
What does that mean, Asperger's?
It's like autism.
Oh, Asperger's. Asperger's.
Oh, right, okay. So
Okay, yeah.
he had that. He was friends with Monty and they were all getting along. Monty used to speak to him, and then he said something wrong and disagreed. Frank went in hard. They started contacting his mum. He lived with his mum. And what they did was, because he had guns on his channel, they called his mum and said, if you don't take those guns and he does lose the plot, it's your fault and we have warned you and we're telling the police. So she got into an argument with Justin, took his guns from him. He was in a hyped sense of the New World Order are coming to get me. They're watching me because he was paranoid. And he
Well,
murdered his
weren't
mother
they
in the
making him
shed.
think that also?
Yes,
Weren't they making him
yes,
think that?
yes. What happened was he believed in the New World Order and that they were killing people who went against things. So they used those things and made channels that amplified his paranoia.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that's what that's what that looked like. And I'm wondering if they've done that quite frequently with
They do it all the
some
time.
people.
They do it all the time. When the police arrested Justin Hess, the policeman said he was dazed and he didn't know what was going on. And he kept saying, the New World Order are going to get me, the New World Order. My mum doesn't understand the New World Order. So he was in a terrible state. And if you look at him in the court case, you can see he loved his mum. Now that man was going to be executed. But thank God they deemed him mentally unstable and he's now incarcerated for the rest of his life.
Can you tell the live stream what happened, what he did?
When they called his mum and said, you got to take his guns from him, he felt that he could no longer protect himself from the threats that he was under and that were coming, and he believed the government were after him. He killed his mum and then he ran away, and a neighbour, which was a teacher, tried to stop him and he murdered him too. This was hours after Monty and Frank were contacting his mother. Now, Frank will say, you're defending a double murderer. Had Justin Hess not have been on YouTube, he would still be out here now. That wouldn't have happened.
But you know what? That's like kind of victim blaming. I think what it is that after 10 years, here, you know, you've been fighting against these people, right, for this long, and yet they're still here and being allowed to do what they're doing.
But here's the
And
thing, it was me and Braden that was fighting against them. Me and Braden busted them for the racism. Me and Braden busted them for the suicide trolling. Another of Katie's friends went to the Armory Channel's daughter's Facebook. She was 15 and she had photographs of her and her friends in their bikinis, and they were doing karaoke in their underwear. He ripped the video, he turned it into a sexualized video, and he used the soundtrack, you know that song, My Neck, My Back, My and My Crack.
yeah,
They put that over it. These are the people Braden is now friends with.
and Brianna too. That's
Brianna
a real
Greathouse.
heartbreaker.
Well, Brianna Greathouse was on the UG forums. She was being trolled by people, but they were also being her friend in other socks. She told her friend Socks everything, and she told him her dad was being buried. One of them, who she was showing her breasts to because she was in love with, posted her breasts on her father's obituary page because you were allowed to leave like shit on there. And she went fucking batshit. But to go back a bit before that, she drove to meet the person and they went to a hotel and he literally fucked her and then he went home to his wife. By the time she got back to Kansas, which was 200 miles, her picture of her tits was on her dad's obituary. She then went fucking schizo, got a gun, drove back 200 miles to kill him, got arrested, was a felon, couldn't get a job. She shot her own face off, 22. Awful.
And and I can't hold the people who are doing that accountable. It's really the fact that there's got to be laws put in place.
You don't know who's on the other side of this computer. When you're saying these things, you don't know that that person hasn't just lost a child. I do say bad things to bad people who say bad shit to me. I'm a very easygoing person. But when you go after my kids and that, I'm going to come in fucking swinging.
That's what I'm saying. Like with Boohoo, like he's not even a mother.
It's
His
just
kids haven't been
entertainment.
gone after. His kids haven't got. Nobody's harassing his family. Nobody's going over there to him to say, even though he hasn't proven that he has a job, nobody's going over there to him saying, get a job.
No. And
You know?
you know who dances round with that mask on, or so he claims. And he says, I'm not Braden Landon, and look at my long hair. There is no proof that the person in the video with the mask on, the Phantom of the Opera weirdo, is Boohoo. I could get someone to mince around my house in a mask if I gave him a spliff and to act gormless while I spoke. There is not any video of you seeing the words coming out of that mask's mouth because it's
Right.
Braden.
That's the thing. I mean, and you call him Braden, and I don't know him by that name, by Braden. I don't know anybody
No.
named Braden.
Boohoo.
Right. But the thing is I've never heard him referred to as that. So, and I've never seen any channel like by Braden. I've only seen Boohoo Effect. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah, but the laugh is, guess how we know he's Braden? Because Tiffany Moser fucking doxed him. That's how we know.
well, yeah, but Tiffany Moser has, Marshall or Mostyn, or I don't know what her last name is. But she also has doxed a lot of people, but then again, turned around and I can't even comprehend that we have to deal with.
What's our
being doxed.
identity got to do with who we are? YouTube allows us to use usernames because we have a right to privacy. But if you're going to
Right.
have pictures
And
of my
they're
kids on
saying
your
that
hard drive,
doxing is against they say
Yes.
doxing is against it, and yet when we report it, it's not against it. Like people, they laugh and go, "Yeah, but what are you gonna do about anything with about that?" It's like, well, yeah, they're exactly right because there is nothing to do about it. But the thing is there's women out there who are trying to hide from abusive husbands or
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
yeah.
I'm actually, I left my house at 21 years to get away from my husband. First of all, I went to a battered wives hostel. Then I got cancer. Then I started moving around a bit. But the fact is there was a period of time where my husband was looking for me. If they'd have dropped my docs correctly, God knows what he'd be getting up to. Fucking God knows.
It's not their business
No, but
to be doing that.
what I would invite people to do, because I'm about to go out into the snow, is go to my last live at 29 minutes. Start looking at the images I share. Survivor Girl cannot share them. They're highly flaggable. The video will only be up for a few hours. Look at those things that I show. And those are things that are done by people that Braden Bruhu hangs around with. Is he in a position to morally judge you guys? That's all I'd say.
Well, I think it's
And
more though about like the unalive trolling that they do in that
yeah,
particular group. And
it's only
the
time
more
before
like
there's
I
another
sat here
suicide.
the more I sat here thinking about him saying that I support a, you know,
Yeah,
like he was calling you, right?
yeah.
When I'm sitting here and you were in here and he was in here, and I'm thinking to myself, this guy doesn't even have any kids.
No. Well,
He's got nothing on the chopping block.
well, he hasn't got kids
And
because he's been booted from his kids because he has coercive control issues. But the
well, I
fact of
don't
it
know anything
is,
about that. I
let
don't know
me
anything
tell you
about
one more
that.
thing Boohoo done 5 years ago. Fact. Boohoo had a sock account and he attacked Katie, Forrest, and several others. They misguessed the sock to be Pamela Cook, Gam. Pamela Cook was nursing her dying husband. He was a war veteran who had gotten poisoned by Agent Orange or some shit, mustard gas. They thought that it was Pamela. They started to Photoshop her husband in a coffin before he was even dead. They fucked the GoFundMe page up for him to go out into the sunshine in his hospital bed because he wanted a ramp built. They fucked that. They photoshopped him then when he was dead as a ghost and all kinds, his wife eating his ashes, etc. All the time because they thought that the sock account was Gam. Braden kept going and Boohoo kept going and going worse, and they kept getting worse. And in the end, Pamela Cook made a video and said, I will fucking kill myself if the person in that sock stop it. I can't stand seeing my husband in a coffin. Please stop it. Let me enjoy the last moments with him. Boohoo wouldn't stop. And everybody now knows that that was Boohoo.
And he was the one they were saying.
That his attack spawned what they were doing because he was going in so dirty and low under this sock. They went dirty and low and stalked and harassed her husband.
Well, even now, like when he's saying about you and what he's saying about me and what he's saying, his about lipstick, about Tanger, about his attacks are inciting hatred towards people.
Yes. And that's his intent. And what he wants is, if you look at when you get to the crux of what he's saying, go through any video or comments, the end is always about me. Tracy. It doesn't matter if I'm not involved. This is all because I did not back him and I made friends with Trollope, and it is a good friendship. And he started to troll me and lie about the past. I have on my community page actual images of him trolling. Another one, Braden, because we know you're listening. Natasha, her son died of a drug overdose. He was found in a lane. They posted images of a heroin addict with a needle in his arm dead. They posted autopsy pictures. They said that she murdered her own son because she bought the drugs, which she didn't. Why are you co-signing that, Braden?
And I mean, they say the most grossest things about a lot of people. In my
Yeah.
back chats, they would say disgusting, disgusting
Yeah.
things. And you know, I mean, and then TM would accuse me of being the one saying them about my own kid.
Yeah. Oh no,
Like
listen,
I
I
would say the most
watched
disgusting
what
shit
Tiffany,
about my own kid or anybody's kid.
yeah. I watched what Tiffany did to you. I watched it from start to finish. And when she then got up the GoFundMe page for you, we were saying
Well,
in
she didn't get
private,
up the GoFundMe. My daughter had the GoFundMe already,
oh,
but
she
yeah.
sponsored it. Okay, I get you.
Well, no, she didn't. But what she did was, I think she, I mean, they were harassing anybody who gave to the GoFundMe.
I know.
So that
I saw
nobody
it.
would even touch it. And then it was like, oh, and then she gives her approval and then people can donate now, you know?
Yeah. And they all turned like mindless sheeple. And then when she turned again, they turn again. I've never met a bigger bunch of arseholes as here. So thank you for letting me on your show.
Right,
If
but
people-
no, but I wanted to add, that's what I wanted to ask you
Oh, yeah,
about. That's
carry on,
that's
ask me anything.
was she going after Vern? Like, do you know of Vern?
Yes, I did see about the Vern thing. I didn't take too much notice, but yes, she first of all was trolling him and making it think it was other people. Yes, Tiffany was after Vern. And the person who was Janice, remember Janice, who said the
Janice
most terrible
Dickinson.
things?
Yep.
Right,
Yeah,
that
Janice
was Tiffany's friend Domingo with a voice changer.
Now, what about UK Troll or British Bee?
I don't know. I haven't seen that. I'm UK Troll. I used to be. That was in 2011. They called me the troll from the UK, so I called myself UK Troll.
Because,
but it was a joke.
Did you ever hear of the Jam Gang?
No.
Well, that's like what Vern was all like. He kept saying UK Troll, British Bee, Drama Dome.
Yeah, they were feeding him things. Tiffany was in his ear, in socks, telling him things and saying I was trolling him and I was saying things. I don't do things like that. If I haven't got a beef with you personally, and even if I have disagreed with you previously, it does not mean I'm going to start stalking, harassing you, arguing with you, fighting with you, exchanging videos. If we can't get along after that, I just ignore you. Unless you start posting my fucking kids around, and then I don't ignore.
I noticed with you and Ollie, you guys pretty much basically just broke off your relationship.
Yeah, there was no trolling between us. And the fact of it is, I could hang hot Ollie for child stalking myself. I can prove that she was sharing images with me of other people, the conversations I could show, but I don't need to. She's not bothering me. We had a disagreement. Now and again, I see her bumping her gums and I think, you cheeky bitch. But that's it. I just think I'll ignore her. Look at you, you miserable cunt.
What do you think about the
you.
Discord, though? The Discord business there.
Well, the Discord business was, she was basically behaving like Braden, boohoo. She was demanding that people took her side in disagreements. She lied about Urban Disciples, for example. She said Urban Disciples called her names and threatened her. When we went back over the chat, he hadn't said no such thing. He just said, shut up, lady, you don't know what you're talking about. That's why I fell out with her, because I will not be friends with someone who will lie and frame other people for things just to get their own way.
And that's what they do. So many of them do that.
Yeah.
And that I will say that I haven't seen you frame people and do that. You know what I mean?
I'm responsive.
You may have said things like out of anger for the same reasons that I've said them too, like out of anger because your kids are being harassed and stuff, you know. But you know, I've never seen you. But I have seen you be friends with somebody 1 month and then with Tiffany and Katie for a while there, but you haven't done it for a while.
No, and because I will always, you know, if somebody like me and you had a little bit of an argument, for me, an argument does not signify the start of a war. An argument means I disagreed with someone. Now, you just stated what you thought, and I stated what I thought, and we left it at that. There was no name calling, stalking, accusing of faking cancer and all that shit. There was none of that. It didn't need to escalate. But when you even just do something that Braden Boohoo doesn't like, look at what he's doing to you. He could have just called you out and left it at that. But now it's like a vendetta.
Right,
It's
and here's the thing,
disgusting.
though. I don't really support, everything that Yaxley does. I just
No.
feel like at the end of the day, if there's a
It's not
certain
your business.
group,
Yeah.
huh?
And well, it's not
Yeah,
our
if there's a
business to,
certain
is it?
group
We're
that,
not judges.
huh? I'm sorry.
It's not our place to judge other people. We're not God.
No, we're not, but we can say like who we can be tolerant,
Yeah.
kind with. I don't think that Yaxley is looking to, attack me because he doesn't seem the
No,
type that's gonna go
no.
running out there and
Propaganda.
attacking. Yeah, you know
Propaganda.
what I'm
Here's the
saying?
long and
Yeah.
short of it is. The long and short
I'd
of
be
it
more
is,
frightened of TM than of
well,
Yaxley.
let me ask you this, Survivor Girl. What if there was a man on YouTube who told everyone he was single, had relationships with many people, who told them, future faked with them, and had them making plans for the future, and then would dump them and say they were sick and that they were stalking her and she didn't want to be with them and they're liars. Imagine a man doing that to a woman, what Tiffany has done to not just one man, several men. Now, say it's a man to a woman, they'd be fucking uproar. Uproar.
Oh, who blocked Kentucky? Don't block Kentucky, but don't write like that either, like nasty stuff like that. Yeah, that's why they but I don't
Blocked him.
even know who you're talking about. The whites or whatever they're saying there. But no, what I'm saying is like with Tiffany and Yaxley, I don't agree with I don't know. I feel like it was a private conversation, but I feel like she's been accused of the art, that stuff, the video
Yeah.
stuff, quite often.
Yeah.
Right, but they were already here before, so when people want to talk for the first time in a channel, they have to make an account. So it's we're bound to get some accounts that are made a day before. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's so hard. You always have to think somebody is a troll.
Yeah.
Piss and excellence. I hate calling you piss and excellence. I'm just gonna call you Tracy.
Yeah, it's hard, especially when there's a couple of Tracy's and they don't say which one they're on about.
Especially when they're fighting so much too. Like they
Yeah.
were all attacking you for a while there and screaming and yelling about you, and I was like, "Oh my God,
Look
this
at
is
the
why
look at the
everybody thinks."
audio. Look at the audio
Huh?
of Katie. Look at the audio of Katie and Frank screaming at me, "Die, Tracy, dry. Burn, Tracy, burn. We can't wait for your cancer to come back. I hope you drown in your own phlegm. I hope your death is painful. We're waiting for your cancer to come back." Braden co-signs that. And like I've said many times, there are other people with cancer here who don't particularly want to read that shit or hear it.
They said that to me before too, Agent 19 and Katie.
Yeah, they're
They did.
disgusting. They're despicable. They're Boohoo's friends, though. Boohoo says
And
that that's okay.
I know that it seems, like, okay, maybe when I say I wouldn't care if they got cancer,
No.
I'm not saying them particularly. I'm saying like people who are sitting there saying, for the last 3 years that I'm faking cancer. And I'm like, to the point where I'm just like, holy crap, man.
Yeah.
After this amount of time, I wouldn't care what it took to make these people silent. If they fell in love and never looked at YouTube again and their life was wonderful, I wouldn't care as long as, I could just put down the boxing gloves for a day.
Here's the thing, though. Even if now even if you ignored Boohoo for a month, 2 months, 3 months, Boohoo will continue to stalk your chat. He will continue to make community posts to you. He will continue with the video. Personally, if you want my advice as someone who's known Braden a long time, totally ignore him. He's using you to be in on the bandwagon, to get involved in the Yaxley situation, to get back at me. I would personally not give him the attention he craves so desperately.
Yeah,
That's
I
my
blocked him
take.
out of here. Just tonight, tonight when he was in here, I blocked him because I got sick of him repeating the same stuff.
Yeah.
Like they just repeat the same thing. Like I noticed TM doing that too the other day.
Yeah.
She just kept repeating, when people would say to her, well, what about when you fake cancer? Or what about when you pretended that you were being kicked out of the house and had to go fund me and never got kicked out? She would keep saying, so how did you get 2 flat tires? Show the
Yeah.
receipt where you got 2 flat. She just
Yeah.
deflects right away.
Yeah, and
And
that's
it's
what they
insane.
do. That's the tactic. The tactic is that when you call them and hold them accountable for behaviour that they are doing, they will then twist and manipulate things you've said or done to make you look like a bad person, and they will then deflect it so that you end up defending yourself and you forget all about what you were accusing them of. That's the tactic.
Yeah, I'm learning as I go, I mean, that's why tonight I said, when he kept saying rage on to me and I wasn't raging,
Yeah,
I blocked him because then I remembered how eBeggars does it with, he'll
Yeah.
use the clip. They use the clip of if you get
Yes.
angry at him and you say something.
Yes, but Braid, before you can dictate to people and you can demand that people conduct themselves in a certain manner, you have to yourself be of that standard. Why should he be friends with suicide trolls and racists but call other people out because they were in a chat somewhere? He's more than in a chat with them. He's tight as fuck with them. In fact, when Frank, Agent 19, named his gang, he named Boohoo as one of the gang. I've posted that clip. He named his gang and Boohoo was one of them. Boohoo didn't make a video and say, no, I'm not in your gang. I'm not in the gang. He was fine with it.
I feel like at the end of the day, none of them are friends with each other. They're friends, but not friends. They're just
No.
partners in crime.
Yes. And if they haven't got the people to fight with, they turn on each other. You see, Boohoo turned on Sebastian, who 2 weeks before he was friends with. You see him turn on Forrest 2 weeks before he was friends with Forrest. He didn't turn on Forrest because Forrest is a suicide troll or because of things Forrest done. He fell out with him because Forrest didn't agree with him. Then he started to use what Forrest had done as if it was an issue. But it wasn't an issue.
I don't know. That's the thing, though. I don't even know any of those people, like Sebastian. I don't even know, and I don't want to.
You don't want to, trust me. And I'm going to leave now. I'm going to go out into the snow. I hope it's been a bit helpful to you people.
Yes, you've been very helpful.
If you look at my community tab and scroll back, you'll see the racist attacks upon my family. You will see suicide trolling of a dying war veteran. If you go to my video at the timestamps I said, which I can't remember, you will see many racist, really bad images that Boohoo can co-sign. So thank you for having me, Survivor Girl.
I appreciate you very much, and I appreciate you coming up here. Thank you so much
Same.
for telling, like answering the questions candidly. I appreciate that.
Brilliant. Thanks for having me. See you soon. Cheers. Bye.
Have a wonderful day.
Bye.
Ta-ra. I love that word, ta-ra. It is very scary. And that's the disturbing part about it, is that, Boohoo said I inserted myself in that community. I didn't insert myself in that community at all. And it seems like, now here's people who about what you were hearing just then. Yeah, they're experts. Yeah, and that's the scary part about it is I feel like, but I can't even whose voice sounded audio mated. I can't even imagine that they're still allowed the platform. But they shouldn't be allowed to keep being given. That's like somebody, oh yeah, I just drove over somebody drunk, and then they go, oh, okay, well, here's a new car and a set of keys for you. And oh yeah, by the way, did you get updated? Did you get our recent update and our upgrade? And yeah, we've got even faster internet for you to do it a little better. And oh, here, by the way, we've got this IP tracker now. Oh, and here's a new app we got here. It's a spoof app. So this gives you some more anonymity, less harder for the authorities to track the disgusting. Oh yeah, here. Oh, here, let's accommodate you. It's not that understanding that part of it isn't hard to wrap our head around. That's greed. We are collateral damage for the greed. Sure, if maybe I, made, $60 million a movie, maybe I might matter then. And if I can, drum up like thousands and thousands of viewers on, what during the trial, yeah, I matter then, I guess. Right. Like he's gonna sit there going around talking about, child this and this, and this, but have no opinions on the actual targets of these things that are going on. Well, yeah, I mean, I can get how somebody might look at me like a trophy, but I'm not, you know, and I'm not collateral damage. And at the end of the day, I may not have, you know, a lot of money, but I still have access to the same platform, and this isn't about Boohoo. This isn't about TM. This isn't about this individual one, that individual one. It's not about and I do realize that a lot of the big companies, the big tech companies, that and they've been given immunity to all of this. That's okay. I'm not looking for money. Well, no, yeah, I could understand how you might think that, but uh, that's how she's always, yeah, that's how she talks. She's she's actually like, you actually met up with exactly, Teresa. Exactly. And okay, for instance, she was saying, the things that she had posted on her, those memes, that now it's shocking to me. Did you unblock Kentucky person there? Oh yeah, when Cray Cray was doing that. It is terrifying. Oh, okay, thank you. It is terrifying. It is terrifying. It's terrifying for me to think. Now, I can only speak for myself. So when people will go, oh, there she goes talking about herself. But here's the thing, I can only speak about myself and how I felt. It was terrifying for me to think that if I had died during that at all time, anytime, and here's the thing, even if something happened random and I freaking died, they would have a field day. Isn't that sick? They would have a field day. Because they do that. They actually do that with people whose, family members have passed away. They literally will call. They literally will post on the guest books. You're welcome, Tomcat. Like, there's just no fucking reason for anybody with a sane mind to not recognize and acknowledge as a whole in a voting arena. Like, I mean, what's going to make like a difference, a voting thing? To say no, I'm not allowing fucking people to have double accounts and to make double accounts. No, it's not okay. I mean, in here, you mean? Get a pile in here for Yaxley and the actors of the. No. Though, listen, Hope America. The thing is that at 5:18 in the morning, right? To have almost 40 people in here isn't that bad, okay? Now, I'm not trying to say about clicks and views. That's where I'm going with this. Where I'm going with it is, if we know logically that greed is what drives certain platforms, right? And is what allows certain things to take priority over others, then if it's numbers that they want, then I'm prepared to give them the numbers any way it takes to be heard. And in the meantime, maybe we really will fall on on ears and be effective, and right, and take the good with the bad. Yeah, take the bad with the good, take the good with the bad, and hope for the best, and hope at the same time we also are pleasing powers that be enough to be heard a little more across the board globally, kind of thing. The coercive control. What is coercive control? They should do that. Yeah, stalking laws over this way are very lax. No way, seriously. Oh, I thought it was outrageous when they ate all of the pets in was it North Korea or wherever, they're all starving, and they ate all of the dogs. I think it's been legal hidden blessings, to be honest with you. Yep, they took them from every dog owner. And and the world really didn't like it. Because somewhere there was a precedent set. And because each state has its own constitution. And because they made the Church of Satan a church so that it didn't have to pay taxes. Right, Teresa, but if you lived here, these people could put out your address so he could find you. And here's a thing, like, say somebody wanted to make the biggest snowball, right? So they're like, no, oh, keep doing it, keep pushing it, keep making this big snowball. And they're like, yeah, but if you do that, you're gonna lose control of it, and it's gonna go out of control and crush all those people down below. I mean, it's gonna crush people, right? You're doing something that might get out of control. Well, then, hey, I mean, my guess is that there was more people. Uh, what laws don't exist there? Yeah, but they're making probably videos on it, and they're getting a lot of money. I mean, we just sat here and listened to a story being told to us, right? Which I fact checked it. I mean, before I even brought it up to her, I had fact checked that. Okay. Where right, yeah, exactly. But where they literally have videos saying how they harassed that guy's mother to make her take away his guns. And when she did, he killed her. Well, it doesn't bother me that much, Hopeful American. There's more stuff that bothers me than that. You know? Hopeful American. There's nothing to see of it in anything. I mean, like those people can literally sit there and talk about it. Talk about doing it. Talk about doing that. And that's the same group of people, Justin Hess. I mean, Hopeful American. I don't think that, I think Hidden Blessings is more concerned with the animals that's going on in Michigan, which, yes, I am completely concerned with that. But here's the thing, Hidden Blessings, that, um, they, I just can't imagine how many parents must feel so frustrated when they report their kid missing or something and the police don't look. When and then they turn up dead and they've really faced a really a travesty of justice, and yet there's this big freaking thing because I can't even I can't even I don't even know, like, I know. What do you mean, Tomcat? Boo-hoo. I saw like a couple of, the comments on Boohoo's video, and they like to be like, SG thinks she intimidates people. SG thinks she's this. SG thinks this. SG thinks that. SG don't think shit. SG don't think nothing about them. SG doesn't want anything to, have to address with these people. I don't. Like, Boohoo, you came in here and you were being all snappy again, and it was like, and you just kept repeating the same thing over and over and over and over, and then you go, you won't win this moral war. A moral war. A moral war. Who has a fight over a moral? I mean, can anybody like explain to me like what the fuck? what the fuck the end game is of some of these people. Seriously, I mean, I'm gonna need to know, Boohoo. What is your end game? Because I'm not fucking interested in it. This isn't a moral war. I'm just an adult, okay? That doesn't even know you and doesn't really even care what you think about me. If you don't like me, then fucking do something else. Who the fuck are you telling to get a job? I don't even know if you work, nor do I care. Okay, buddy? I'm not gonna keep repeating over and over again the same shit over and over while you people think that you're gonna sit there and judge a complete decent human being who's never done anything to you. You're fine, Tomcat. It's shocking to me that I'm, watching complete, you know, adults, so-called, giggle away. That lady, Crystal there, giggling away because I was over my friend's house. Oh yeah, I was trying to put my head on his shoulder. No, I was trying to put both our faces in the camera. Um, I'm, I'm really, yeah, still waiting for evidence. Where's the fucking evidence? It's, oh, wait, here's something. I don't give a fuck about the evidence of shit. I'm still wondering who the fuck these complete strangers are that have no lives, so much so that for 10 years they've been fighting with the same people back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Hi, Prudently. Well, I mean, maybe they see something in me that I have yet to see in myself, but um I keep thinking to myself, how many people do they have to recruit? It seems so like ridiculous to me. It's so ridiculous that Crystal Love sits there giggling away at shit. What do you mean by that, UFO bro? They don't like me really? They're just down here because they have no one else to talk to? That's so mean. Thanks a lot, UFO bro. Just kidding. Well, I mean, whatevs. You know what I mean? I don't fucking care. Me neither. Now that's why I'm here. Because I like you guys. And I like talking to you guys, but I bet you there's other people they could talk to if they wanted to. Yeah, I ain't playing that effects machine for nobody. No more punishment time. No more Kalimba either. Don't even beg me for it. I can't believe they can't ever talk about, like, they don't recollect any stories about their life or their joys or their pleasure or anything. Why she didn't? I didn't. Yeah, Bigfoot too. Thank you, hopeful American. Yeah, true. See, 100K people. You didn't. Nobody blocked UFO, bro. Right? He's only kidding. He doesn't mean that. Hey, I can't help it. I annoy people. It is what it is. The kid was dancing. I should start doing that. Maybe I'd get no viewers. I was dancing. I think if Bigfoot existed, someone would have, captured one of them by now. I mean, like, okay, so the first guy there with the big footprint. All right, so, okay, so, all right, so I do think that there probably used to be certain animals, like, how, like, there was bigger elephants. I mean, maybe way back when apes were, and gorillas were bigger than they are now. And they were here. And why do they call him Bigfoot? Why isn't he Big Feet? I mean, Bigfoot, you know? Like, people wouldn't be like, if you had tiny feet, they wouldn't be like, oh, we call her Tiny Foot. Well, maybe they would. Right. Nobody's ever seen it. It's probably a monkey or like, a chimpanzee that escaped. Think about it. At the end of the day, aren't you really like kind of happy if, oh, I don't know if a giant anaconda exists. Well, did you really want a giant anaconda to exist? I don't know if Bigfoot exists. Do you want Bigfoot to exist? I mean, prudently, really. What are you going to go shopping with him? No way. Not unless I'm tethered to you. I believe more in being scared of like humans out in the woods. Actually, maybe I would rather have Bigfoot out in the woods. Maybe if, there was Bigfoot out in the woods and the mean humans were coming to get me out in the woods, he would help me. I know Big Mouth exists. Couple of them. Of being what do they call him? Primate. Unknown primate. That's us. We're unknown primate. I have a convertible. Prudently wants me to go out looking like, looking for, not looking. Prudently be like, SG, can you wear this fur coat out in the woods? I got you this. You're gonna be really nice and warm with this. SG, can you wear these big shoes? Well, yeah, they do look a little bit like, uh, Sasquatch feet, but can you wear these? Can you wear these? SG, SG, don't worry, I'm just spraying some bear repellent on you. Prudently, why are you standing behind me doing Bigfoot calls? Is that a mating season call? Prudently, why am I tied to the tree? Trying to capture Bigfoot. SG, I had to risk ya. Tucked into her backside, no problems. Right in the crack of her ass. She's like, here, hold the gun. And I'm like, ooh, no thanks. Lathered in honey. Yeah, tied to a tree. SG, don't worry. Don't worry about the apple in your mouth. Don't worry, SG. It's fine. You're gonna be good. I promise you. It'll only hurt for a second. She gives me a fur sleeping bag. Covered in honey. Why do I have to be covered in honey? I don't like the honey idea there. Please. Then there'll be ants, and there'll be ants and bees and bears and sticks and leaves and all kinds of shit stuck to me. Well, obviously, you found a normal way to spend your time, hidden blessings with me here, Oz. No, I don't want honey on me being tied to a tree. What if I was? Oh, you know what I think? Bigfoot's probably come from the forest with the big trees, the big sequoias or whatever they are. Aren't those trees amazing? Could you imagine a squirrel trying to climb that tree? He'd be like, what the fuck is going on here? This is taking forever. Or like bears next to those trees. I mean, people must have looked tiny. You know what really shocked me? I'm not gonna lie to you guys, was that whole James Earl Ray stuff. Wow. That was some of the weirdest shit that I've ever crazy, man. Crazy shit right there. When we were looking up what happened to that's interesting too, Tomcat, huh? Bigfoot Palooza. Yeah, how does freaking how does I mean that's crazy stuff worldwide. Prudently would go. She's a groupie. She'd be a Bigfoot groupie. Pick me, pick me. I'll get bear for Bigfoot. I have a notebook. Oh my god, no, he's not. Please. He's asexual. Bigfoot's asexual. I'll tell it to you another time, Tomcat. I mean, Prudently and I did watch a very interesting Why Are There Little Bigfoots? Why are there little Bigfoots? Yeah, why don't they ever find any little Bigfoot prints? Huh? And do they only find one foot? I mean, where's the other foot? And what about that guy? And he had all that fake stuff and was making fake Bigfoot prints. Remember him? The BC community? What's the BC? Oh, Bigfoot Children community? Oh, remember years ago they used to have those people who would grow hair all over their bodies? Maybe. I would like to have a bear and like, meet it out in the forest and be friendly. Like have him automatically like me and have all the woodland creatures automatically like me. And then I would train crows to a terrified Bigfoot witnessing the first spaceship to land in his forest. Oh, you would? We could pick that up. Yeah. Sade? Sade. Sade. She's out there singing, Your love is king. Drums. Fire sticks. Not fire sticks. The talking sticks, but they're not talking sticks. They have the beads inside of them, and then you spin them around, and then they have like, it's like a rattle. They could have been, all right, I'll research it. Now I gotta research that. I don't think there's any Bigfoots in England. Did you guys know that? There's no Bigfoot in England. No Bigfoot in England. Bang, bang, Maxwell silver hammering. All right, the legend of Bigfoot. He looks really mean. Oh, they did? Oh, wow, that's kind of. Is that real? It says that in Montana they shot this wolf-like creature near the town of Denton, and I mean, I wonder if they ever like. Oh my God. Well, it doesn't look as big as it looked before, but like it says, front parts are abnormally small for a wolf. Some people think it's a coyote wolf hybrid. Wow, how long ago is this? 2018. Oh, wow, that's a weird looking thing. A mysterious creature washed up on a beach. Mysterious creature seen crossing the street. Is this stuff like for real? Oh, that it was an otter. Jesus Christ, that's not a mysterious creature. And the teaching of bravery is taught by the bears. Oh, these are so they said. He's having an online class, you know. Oh, I know, right? Some of those things, and like in the what do they call that? The Mariana Trench or whatever it is. Says Bigfoot is a large, mysterious humanoid creature purported to inhabit the wild and forested areas of Oregon and west coast of North America. Most people who believe in Bigfoot's existence or claim to have seen one say they are hair-covered bipeds, up to 8 feet tall, non-aggressive animals. Really? Says in 1904, there was a sighting in Oregon County. Mount St. Helens, they claim to have been attacked in 1924. I wonder if they were just really. Want me to drop the link prudently? Let's just fuck it. We'll listen to.
Moderate to severe eczema. It doesn't
Oh, okay. Morning, Mike.
Listen, whoever's out there, can you help me with my car? I can't seem to get it to start. Hello? I'm gonna give you 3 seconds to come out from that tree. 1, 2.
Good night, Brentley.
Hurry up! You're about to miss the best part. This is the scariest thing on TV. Look away if you're easily frightened. Hey guys, it's Mr. Mayo, and I lost my sock. What? I'm not wrong. Very funny, Andy, but how about this? Maybe instead of watching some...
Upswing. This sound was recorded in August of 1991 and is believed to have occurred in the Pacific Ocean, somewhere between New Zealand and South America. Let's hear it. This sound appears to be seasonal, with the loudest parts happening between the spring and fall. Interestingly, the sound has been fading since it's been discovered.
Sounds like water. Sounds like water to me. Good night, and blessings.
Branches.
Another group of
Infused
Some
with
of their
nourishing
ads.
serum and almond oil, Nivea essentially enriched lotion helps lock in goodness for smooth, luminous skin, so you can go from morning until happy hour with this lady. For goodness that keeps going, nourish on with Nivea.
If you Walmart, you know that with everyday low prices, you can spend a little less to get a little more, to make life a little better.
At a remote fishing camp, something has unleashed its wrath.
The refrigerator's ripped from the wall.
When Monster Quest first investigated, a legendary creature may have turned up its aggression.
Miss Robin said it goes.
And since then, the cabin has been attacked again.
And all of a sudden, something throwing at the cabin.
Now, Monster Quest returns with a new search, a new plan,
I wouldn't stay at that cabin.
and a new opportunity to analyze some of the most startling evidence collected.
If there is any DNA left there, we should be able to read it.
And a shocking discovery suggests they may be closing in.
That was 8 feet tall, blacker than black.
Witnesses around the world report seeing monsters. Are they real or imaginary? Science searches. Winnipeg. In August of 2006, researchers investigating reports of a threatening creature at the cabin were themselves victims to rocks being thrown during the dark of night.
Did you hear that? That rock is pretty good size. It's still shaking. It's no wind. It's still be on that side. I know it came over the rest.
They said Winnipeg, I believe.
To the side.
One of us was urinating on the porch when the first stone hit the side of the cabin.
This rock on the side of the building was bang.
It's scary. It's amazing. It's always stuff you hear about that doesn't happen to you. I've been in the woods a lot. I camped a lot, and I was out in the woods all by myself last night.
Camera crews scanned the immediate area with night vision and thermal cameras.
This is quite exciting, I have to admit. I've not experienced anything quite this dramatic before.
One researcher threw a rock back into the woods.
And that was followed shortly after by a rather larger rock bouncing down the roof of the cabin. This is quite distinct. Obviously, there's nothing in the woods that's recognized anyway that can lob rocks in that fashion.
We're all together. I'm with everybody, so I know that it's nobody goofing around.
A cameraman scouted around the area, while others on the team observed from the cabin.
We've turned down the
They send out the one guy.
lights inside, and so we can get a better view through the windows and to see if anything goes through our line of sight.
I'm afraid for the first time, and it was for sure a rock. It was for sure on the roof of the building.
A search of the area the following day confirmed their suspicions. A rock the size of a tennis ball was found on the roof. Who or what had thrown it? Perhaps the creature that left this, a 17-inch bloody footprint.
Well, they put a bunch of nails, boards with nails in them. That's kind of messed up. They put down a bunch of boards with nails in them. Wow. That's mean.
In 2002, at the same isolated cabin, something unknown completely ransacked the interior. Nearly everything was ripped from the walls, including the bathroom sink.
Everything was on the floor.
Cabin owner Chuck Mossback is quite certain it wasn't due to vandals.
There's no way in other than blind.
The likely culprit, a bear, was ruled out for several reasons.
This is sometime between October 1st and the middle of the winter. Bears up that far north, towards the north edge of their range, should be in hibernation during that time.
That's true.
Wildlife biologist Dr. Lynn Rogers, who specializes in black bear research in Ely, Minnesota, explains why the damage to the refrigerator is significant.
If they go for the refrigerator, they very often are not going so much for the contents in there, but for the insulation. And formaldehyde is one of the ingredients of making this, and it breaks down into formic acid, which smells like an ant colony. And so then you look for bite marks and claw marks where they tore open the inside of the refrigerator to get to the insulation. I didn't see any of that in this case.
As a deterrent, the owner of the cabin had laid out a bed of screws, and it worked. A 17-inch bloody footprint was left behind, along with tissue. Monster Quest retrieved the tissue.
Probably from the cameraman.
And subsequent DNA analysis revealed potentially startling results.
And I found that it was identical to human DNA, except it had one nucleotide polymorphism. That nucleotide that was different was a difference that is shared with chimpanzees. I got DNA that was primate DNA.
Well, yeah, they said that.
According to some scientists, there is only a 1 in 5,000 chance the DNA is human, and further testing is required.
The thing we have to do now is we have to look at more DNA. We have to sequence more of it. We have to design primers to amplify different regions of the DNA so that we can get sequence across the mitochondrial genome and determine whether or not it is just human DNA, which seems unlikely that something that a human would step on that board like that.
In an effort to identify the origin of the nail board samples, further DNA analysis will be conducted. Monster Quest will send the tissue samples to an institution that will pick up the testing where Nelson left off. At the same time, a new team of researchers returns to the shores of Snow
I think it was a human being.
Grove Lake in search of more evidence. Dr. Jeff Meldon, a professor of anthropology at Idaho State University, was part of the 2006 expedition. He is returning to the isolated camp for a second time, to find out just what was throwing rocks at him during his last visit.
Well, on this trip, I'm hoping that we'll have the good fortune of a repeat occurrence.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
Of what transpired last time.
Stay here. We've had action. We've had rocks thrown at us.
Get some photographic evidence to correlate with the rock throwing activity that we experienced last time.
But the team will need more than photographic evidence for the scientific community.
Zoology wants a type specimen. They want some bone. Some DNA, some skin or body.
Dr. Greg Bambenek, a psychiatrist and wildlife expert, has come prepared.
And that's why I've got a gun with a biopsy dart to get the DNA, a gun with a transmitter dart, so we can follow the critter with a Yagi antenna and either see where he lives or even with a
poor Bigfoot.
An airplane and get some real close-up photos and get some of the evidence that's needed so science can take this a little more seriously.
I want to know more about the area. I want to know if it's feasible that an animal of that size, with the ability to grow, that's an egg, could live in this area. What other animals live in this area, and what it is that they're eating.
Joining Meldrum and Bambenek is primatologist Esteban Sarmiento. With over 30 years' experience studying primates in the field, including great apes, Sarmiento is a published author and is well recognized within the scientific community.
Having someone see this animal that has access to the scientific community would make its importance much more emphasized.
An experienced and well reputation field primatologist such as
will alert the rest of the team. Nightfall brings not only darkness, but an almost deafening silence over the isolated fishing camp. But could evidence collected from another frightening encounter at Snellgrove reveal the identity of the monster?
You can really start to see some microscopical features that allow us to make the identification.
This isolated fishing cabin on Snellgrove Lake, Ontario, has long been the target of aggressive attacks by an unknown creature. In some cases, the aggression was focused on the cabin itself. Other times, it was seemingly directed at the inhabitants. In 2002, the cabin was completely ransacked. In 2006, Monster Quest researchers were the targets of rock throwing, and they collected DNA evidence that points to a primate. As the hare undergoes initial study and testing, the team out at Snellgrove Lake is hoping to collect additional evidence. Blaine Hychek has been up all night watching the monitors for activity, but the first night proves to be uneventful. Day 2, the plan is to deploy camera traps in the surrounding forest. Accompanying
See, they never find anything.
the cameras will be scent lures to appeal to the creature's sense of smell.
We're using a lot of olfactory cues to try and draw it in because that's what you do when you're hunting an animal. You want to draw them in to get a close-up with the camera trap.
DNA testing may be making history.
It's basically in the center of a mystery, and we're solving that.
For years, this cabin on Snellgrove Lake, Ontario, has been the focus of a menacing attacker, causing destruction and tormenting the inhabitants. For 5 days and 4 nights, Monster Quest researchers have been trying to collect evidence of what has been terrorizing the cabin. The team hopes to capture photographic proof of what
I'm gonna
the tissue sample behind on this board back in 2005.
material clinging to the threads on these screws in a few places.
back in 2005. Back in 2005.
Does that look like tissue to you?
It does. Subsequent DNA testing yielded an astonishing conclusion.
I got DNA that was primate DNA, and I knew that I might be looking at the DNA of Sasquatch.
Now, more extensive DNA testing is underway to find out what left
Almost 20 years ago.
We've been able to obtain DNA sequences from very old material, very degraded sort of material.
Dr. Mirdad Hajibabai is a molecular biologist with the Canadian Centre for DNA Barcoding at the University of Guelph. He believes their unique approach may enable him to solve this mystery.
We recently analyzed a sample that is about 100.
As Dr. Hajibabai attempts to extract DNA from the tissue collected in 2006, the researchers at Snellgrove are hoping to make a visual identification of the beast that has been attacking the cabin. 300 pounds, covered head to toe with dark brown, silver-tipped hair. The creature squatted down on its haunches and reached out its hands. It pulled the branches of berry bushes toward its mouth and ate. Upon seeing Roe, the creature stood upright and walked away on two legs. Could the lack of blueberries at Snellgrove explain the lack of activity?
Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, it lends sort of an
I think that
a very plausible ecological explanation for why this year seems to be different than the previous years.
Day 8. The float plane is back with more news of the sighting.
Talked to the gentleman's wife yesterday because I called. This is the lady that saw the Bigfoot. This is the gentleman, which I believe is her brother or brother-in-law. He went there, talked her into going back, and he brought the casting stuff. Took a casting. He said they found the footprints, made their castings. They saw where it was eating berries, everything.
With the report only a week old, and only 115 miles between Snellgrove Lake and Grassy Narrows,
I don't know if I believe it.
the team decides to shift the location of its search.
We were scared. I had no idea what it was. It wasn't a bear or moose, she stressed. It was upright and walking.
Looks like you're going to Grassy Narrows.
Okay.
Could what they find be an undiscovered species?
It was 8 feet tall, pitch black.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. Yes, that's his given name. No, don't look into it. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hoffman, Connecticut. His patient.
Bigfoot, a creature that many believe exists. What if I told you there are over 10,000 reports of people who have had experiences with them? Hello, everyone. I'm your host, Emily, and today we will be counting down part 2 of our list of the top 10 concerning Bigfoot evidence the government is hiding from us. Do you believe in Bigfoot? Let me know. So for some backstory, Bigfoot is a large, hairy, human-like creature believed to exist in the northwestern United States. Number 10, the logging company. In 1958, Jerry Crew, a logging company bulldozer operator in Humboldt County, California, discovered a set of large 16-inch human-like footprints sunk deep within the mud in the Six Rivers National Forest. Upon informing his coworkers, many claimed to have seen similar tracks on previous job sites, as well as telling of odd incidents such as
That guy was fake, though. He was found out to be fake.
an oil drum weighing 450 pounds having been moved without explanation. Soon began to utilize the term Bigfoot to describe the mysterious culprit. Jerry, who initially believed someone was playing a prank on them, once again observed more of these numerous massive footprints and contacted a reporter. A plaster cast was made
He said he did that fake.
of the footprints, and Jerry appeared holding one of the casts on the front page of a newspaper on October 6, 1958. With multiple people experiencing the same thing, it makes me question how it could not be real. Number 9, one of the earliest.
No, that guy said it was fake. That guy said it was fake. I know, right? Ghosts. Oh, that's even scarier.
These adjustable glasses are taking the world by storm. They are the solution for perfect.
I climbed into the hills. This was where I was meant to be.
I wanted to talk to you about something that some would say is fictional, but you would say, hold up, we don't know for certain, and that's Bigfoot.
Everybody talks to me. I'm romantic. I would like Bigfoot to exist. I've met people who swear they've seen.
This is Jane Goodall. Okay, if anybody doesn't know who that is, she's the expert on chimpanzees and,
Seen Bigfoot. And I think the interesting thing is every single continent, there is an equivalent of Bigfoot or Sasquatch. There's the Yeti, there's the Yari in Australia, there's the Chinese wild man, and on and on and on. And, I've had stories from people who you have to believe them. So there's something, I don't know what it is. I've always open-minded.
What about other mythological creatures or supposedly mythological, I guess I should say, like the Loch Ness Monster?
Loch Ness Monster obviously doesn't exist.
Alien beings. Do you think we're alone in this universe?
I don't. I think that it doesn't make sense to think we're the only intelligent form of life. This wall that was built between us, we're just the only really intelligent, capable of this, that, and the other. Difference in kind between us and the other animals, that wall is broken down, and the chimps help to break it down.
Do you think there is a possibility that people start to actually regard chimpanzees give them more agency and more personhood?
That's actually happening. In fact, there's something going on right now where 2 chimpanzees in Angola are being brought into DRC, to a sanctuary, and into Congo.
For what?
And there's talk of them getting passports, and there would be a first, and that would be a statement. People say, "Oh, we can't give human rights to chimps." Of course you can't. And it's not something I push because we've signed Bill of Rights, human rights, and everywhere around the world every day that is violated. So people are.
That is true.
Fighting for chimps to get certain rights, like right for freedom from torture, which was certainly helpful in the chimps coming out of medical research.
I read something you said about, you were talking about how zoos can do a lot of damage to wildlife. And one that stood out to me was a mainstay of many zoos, which is the elephant. Why did that animal come to mind when you were naming animals that should never be in zoos?
Because they don't take into account the fact that elephants are highly social. They have bonds between family members that can last a lifetime of up to 60 years. And they grieve the death. And they have these amazing memories and highly intelligent. And so often elephants are being kept in, shackled.
I'm looking for something. I'm trying to download a book. Night, night, night. I really want to be able to read you guys. Oh my God, wait. How come we can't like download a book? It's fucked up. Are you really? Are you kidding or are you really? I don't want to sign up. I just wanted to. I just wanted to look at it and read it. I mean, like, seriously. Mm. I don't have an account. Oh well, fuck it. You should look for a Black Panther. Are there Black Panthers there? Where are you going again? Blue Mountains in New South Wales. Let's see what's there for animals. There might be. There's been eyewitness accounts, but no panther has been found. Says in recent years, reports of the Blue Mountain Panthers have become increasingly frequent. You ever seen a big cat over there or what? Ugh, it's cold.
For things like check-ins,
Near
I'll just take a
Putty,
photo with the team,
New
because
South
it's more
Wales.
fun and it's more efficient than typing.
Hey, this probably could go faster if we can talk.
Yeah, thanks.
Get 50% off Slack Pro, a more pleasant way to work.
Don't buy another pair of glasses until you've seen what this new invention can do. These self-adjustable glasses are taking the world.
Yeah, like from the surf.
The Geelong Advertiser relays stories from the Warrawong tribesmen, speaking the dread they had of moving about at night, and again, the carrying away of women and children. I've spoken on many occasions about the personality shifts they have between day and night.
Can you understand him?
It's almost like a Jekyll and Hyde scenario. The cloak of darkness is something they use to their advantage due to our night blindness, and they know. But this isn't a story about human abductions or night opportunism, but a story we wish to emphasise on their ability to master bush stealthiness. When Buckingham took the thermal footage on the 9th of April, one takeaway comment he made, as I've stated in the past, is they made no noise when they entered. They made no noise as they left. Remarkable for something that large on dry leaf-littered ground. For years now,
Really?
the AYR received reports of people seeing the Yowie walking as if gliding, and again, making no noise. Is this continual reference to gliding a learned method of walking, adopted to conceal the noise breaking leaf and twig litter? They also know firsthand they can be quite the opposite when unaware people are around, often quoted as resembling an elephant on two legs, thunderous footsteps, felling everything before them. The area is right in the heart of Yowie country, a remote location, many human inhabitants surrounded by Yowie sightings. That's where the sighting icons are, all around areas with human inhabitants, places where humans are to see and report them. Just imagine what's going on in that uncharted forest. It's free reign. And some of them have probably
That's where you're going.
never seen a human in close quarters. There's 3 parts to this story. Hang around for the last one. I found it fascinating. It's here I hand you over to AYR Sarah Bignell. As I say, welcome to Buddy.
Scary.
I'll tell you now, the only reason I'm telling it this is because I'm terminally ill, like I'm quite sick.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
You know what I mean? I don't want to take this. Could be useful to someone such like yourself. This is insane what happened.
I'm sorry to hear you ill.
Part of life sometimes. Quite a weird feeling. Given it every day is quite a weird feeling.
Yeah, my heart goes out to you.
You tell me when you're ready, and I will tell you what happened to me it lasted, I think, 2000.
Wow. This is pretty interesting. This channel.
2007 to 2010.
Tell me what happened.
I've been a avid hunter and fisherman since I was 10 to 12 years old. I probably started with some friends of mine's parents, and I grew up
Jesus, pieces cat.
up in the Hawkesbury area of New South Wales, and I obviously hunted local as much as I can because I had no license and things like that at a younger age, and I'd done all right, so I stayed around, stay the night, hunt half the day, and then get picked up and head home the next day. 4 o'clock, quarter to 4, something like that, and I was just sitting there eating a sandwich and having something to drink and just sort of taking 10 minutes to myself, and maybe a rock the size of a 10-litre plasterer's bucket, like a big...
Tomcat, can you look up? It's called Yowie Hunters, spelled YOWIEHUNTERS. Yowie Hunters. Like they have it as one word, Yowie Hunters. Then Witness Reports. It's got over 20,000 subs. That would be the one. If you could do that. This fucking cat keeps fucking with me.
rock, like a rock that you couldn't throw. You might be able to pick up
and share the link
throw it.
If you could.
Come flying across and landed maybe sort of 8 meters in front of me and tumbled on the ground, and I thought it was very strange. There was nothing real high behind me where it could have rolled down and bounced or anything like that. And I played it off as just a rock must have rolled down the hill somewhere and it's landed there, and sort of was like, oh, that's lucky it didn't hit me, and I sort of carried on and finished my sandwich, finished my drink, kept walking, got up and got going, and maybe sort of 5-10 minutes into the walk, just had a disgusting feeling like that something was watching me as much as I was sort of looking out for something in there. Like I just had a very weird feeling that something...
You mean Yowie Hunters, not Howie Hunters. You're funny.
was watching me or something was following me. Just I felt very uneasy and never had any experience in the putty like that before in my life. And by now I'm sort of in my late 20s and I wasn't scared of anything in there because I've been hunting in there for a long time and I've seen it all. Never seen anything in there that I even thought was remotely weird. No signs.
Have you ever watched those live stream cameras? They're live cams, but they're just out in the nature. Oh, very good. Does it go right to it? Did you check it? Make sure that it works? Have you ever looked at those, like the live streams, uh, and their nature? Like there's one right now. Okay, look, I'll tell you what I'm talking about. Like that one, except that one has a lot of water like sound. No animals coming along. Yeah, I like them.
Reds is a delicious and convenient way to kick off your day. Choose from our flavorful craft burritos or breakfast sandwiches.
Or sometimes they look creepy though. Like there's this one called the Wildlife. It's on the same channel, right? It's on the same channel that one's on, and it's called the Wildlife Scout Camera. Oh my god, he's a dick. Oh my god. Such a dick. This does not even know. Oh, is there snakes there? Big snakes? Is there? Okay, type in Woodland Critter Quest. Woodlands Critter Quest. Did you find it? Woodland Critters Quest. It's a live stream. Got some birds on there right now. Oh, what is his name? Slimy. His name's Slimy. Come on now. Look, they got trivia. That's how you spell it, isn't it? Isn't it Slimy? Mm. What is Oscar the Grouch's worm's name? I got it. What is the only U.S. state capital without a McDonald's? Yeah, Woodland Quitter. I can't even say it. Critters Quest. Uh, when you wish upon a star. Who is that? Is that Cinderella? Can you guys see the trivia? They scan back too. Like I like to scan. I like that. So I guess it wasn't Cinderella. Maybe not. Come on, what movie was When You Wish Upon a Star in? Now we'll go back to big snakes in Blue Mountains in South Wales. All right. Back to Yetis. Back to Yetis. Oh. There. How about serial killers? Oh, what if you go looking for Bigfoot and you find a serial killer? That'd be horrible. That would be awful. You would hate that, wouldn't you? Hey, see if you know about any of these places.
Hey,
they say
hold
they're
up.
hidden
You'll want to hear about all this, Ernie. Woo. Love to
in
see
South
that finish strong.
Wales. UFO, bro.
Welcome to Hawthorne Island.
Not that place.
We make the best food in the world. Could we please get a little bread?
No.
Game.
People. We only serve people here. What are we seeing here?
Also from all around South Wales, from North Pembrokeshire to South Beacons to I think there's one in Carmarthenshire or yeah. There. And, yeah, all.
Okay. Come on now. What about the snakes? Oh my God. I don't know. I changed it already.
Oh Hi everyone, it's Katrina. Number 10, the bear dog. An ancient jawbone belonging to a monstrous creature from prehistoric days was recently discovered in France. This creature has been described as a bear dog, and scientists have named it after a child murdering cyclops. The bear dog lived all throughout the world 7.5 million years ago. It lived in North America, Europe, Asia, even Africa. It was a powerful predator.
Kind of looks like
jaws that could tear and rip flesh.
What they have just recently shot in Montana.
Really meat right off the bone. The newest discovered specimen is found in the Pyrenees mountain range of Europe, and it belongs to an entirely new species. Bear dogs all belong to the family Amphicyonidae, of which all are extinct. And although they are called bear dogs, they don't belong to the bear or dog family, but they did possess features which are similar to both. For example,
isn't that weird? Like a Fisher cat doesn't belong to the Fisher or the cat family.
They had heavy bear-like bodies. They walked flat-footed like bears, but they had muscly legs and long snouts like dogs. This newest species has been named Tartarocyon, which comes from the one-eyed giants Tartaro, who ate children in Basque mythology. The giant supposedly lived in France in the 8th century BC, which is fitting since that's where the fossil was found. The most spectacular part of the fossil is definitely...
Except they just killed something in Montana that looks very similar.
Its teeth. According to paleontologists at the Royal Belgian Institute of Natural Science, Its teeth were so strong and sharp that it could have crushed bones into dust as it consumed entire animals. The creature weighed upwards of 700 pounds.
Well, it
and
wasn't
lived
that big, I don't think. But
between
imagine.
23 million and 5.3 million years ago. Number 9. Matsoidae.
Tonight's dinner, it's gonna be great.
Matsoidae isn't a single snake, but a family of extinct Gondwanan snakes spanning the fossil record from the Upper Cretaceous to the Late Pleistocene eras. The snakes in this family are the most primitive that ever lived, including extinct boas, pythons, and the legendary Gigantophis. Maybe you've heard about the Titanoboa, allegedly the biggest snake that ever lived,
Could you imagine?
at a whopping 42 to 50 feet long. We don't know exactly how big this thing grew, but modest estimates have placed it at about 33 feet. That would make it slightly smaller than the Titanoboa, unless, of course, scientists are wrong. It did live millions of years before the Titanoboa, and it's difficult to properly.
That would have to be when those trees probably have, oh my God, they probably seen, those giant sequoias.
Gauge size based on a small sampling of bones. For example, only around 30 Titanoboa skeletons have been found, and scientists still can't figure out how many vertebrae they even had, although they do estimate about 250. That's the issue with these things. Scientists can only really make educated guesses. At the end of the day, if the Gigantophis wasn't bigger than the Titanoboa, it was definitely a close call. The Titanoboa lived between 60 and 58 million years ago, while the Gigantophis lived as recently as 40 million years ago. Number
God, how do they even know that? Isn't that crazy?
8. Megalania prisca. According to the Australian Museum, the Megalania prisca is the largest terrestrial lizard that ever lived. It was a gigantic monitor lizard that would make the Komodo dragon look like a tiny baby. It was first described back in 1859 by Sir Richard Owen, who determined it lived throughout the forest and grassland of Australia. It would have been an exceptionally fierce predator, and just like its distant cousin, the Komodo dragon.
I wonder if those trees come from Australia. I heard that there's trees in Australia that you should never touch. Like some of the most dangerous trees. Do you know that? Do you know that, UFO bro?
From Indonesia, just about everything within range was up for eating. The gigantic lizard would have feasted on mammals, giant snakes, and even other reptiles if it felt like it. It could grow to be over 15 feet long, making it roughly the size of a freakishly large alligator. What makes it even more terrifying was the possibility that it may have been able to climb trees. Actually, some scientists believe the Megalania might have been an ambush predator. That means that if it were alive today.
Oh yeah, I like that place. If you look at any of the videos that are up on their channel, right? Go back to it. Can you drop the link for there, Tomcat? Oh, I'll tell you about them in a minute, UFO bro. For the woodland one. If you go to their videos, right? And you go back. Look at, you go back. It says coyote visit at Woodland Quittercrest. That's Arnold.
Wellness your wallet will love. That's what you get with affordable, high-quality vitamins and supplements.
It's Arnold. This other lady kept trying to call him something else, but his name is Arnold. I think it's made out of the seeds or something, the bird seeds. If you go all the way down to the bottom, right? If you go to their videos, I'm not sure if it's, this is Arnold though. He's a coyote. And there's a raccoon. And they're friends. He didn't do anybody any harm. It is cool as it pans around. If you go all the way to their videos. But even when he was doing ice right here, definitely a foe. They make him seem all mean. Those deers are always skittish. I mean, come on, man. Look, he's staying far away. He's not bothering them. His name's Arnold because he said, I'll be back. I'll be back. He just kept coming back. Look, he's just popping his little head up. See? Even the deer knows. Are you looking at the coyote in the videos? See, he's coming back. He just wants to play. He runs away. He comes back. He just wants to play. He's like, play with me. And then the deer's gonna, right? He's right next to him. The deer wants to play with the coyote. Can you see him? It's called Definitely a Foe, the deer and the coyote. See? The deer didn't run away. The deer is playing with the coyote. They know him. Is that what you're looking at, Tomcat? Are you at definitely a foe? Are you at that one? Where he's like down at the bottom there? Yeah. Can you drop the link for Tomcat? I mean for UFO bro, so he can see what we're looking at? Please. Oh, not friend or foe, not that one. I was looking at definitely a foe. I can go to friend or foe. Yeah, go ahead. Do friend or foe if you want. And then tell me when you hit play. If you could drop the link for him. Unless UFO bro got it. I don't know. Don't they usually attack raccoons? He just keeps running back and forth, back and forth. The raccoon goes running over sideways, Sam. Raccoon will throw a rock. I'll bet ya. I'll bet you raccoons throw rocks. Oh my god, I bet you it's Bigfoot is a raccoon. There's a good red fox one. It's way down at the bottom. It's called Red Foxes Really Can Jump. Oh, is that the one you're looking at? Definitely. All right, I'll go to definitely a friend or foe. It's called Definitely a Foe.
I'm Ian Schwartz, product line engineer managing aspheric lenses at Edmund Optics. I'd like to
They are UFO, bro. See, the deer looks like it wants to play. I'm all the way at 2 minutes and 23 seconds. That deer doesn't be scared of him, though. You should check out the one with the red fox, though, jumping. It says red foxes really can jump or something. It's only like a minute long, but it's really amazing what this fox does. Red foxes really can climb trees. That's what it is. Yes, Tomcat. Yep, that's what it is. Oh my god, you see that? Holy shit. Did you see that? Wow. That thing ran right up that tree like nothing. Because it fell out. I'm going to watch it again. Because the sugar glider. Hi, Tanger. We're watching that video link that Tomcat dropped. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow. No, he didn't catch it. Mm-mm. He didn't catch it. Got there and was fast. You have a tomcat, really? The owl one is good too. They have trivia at that one too. I like it. Check out the live stream, Tanger. I don't know if you've ever seen this one, but the live stream's cool because it has trivia. She lives in North Carolina. Wow. She sure got a lot of stuff there. She's grown. You can get sucked into it, watching. Especially with the camera, the way it moves around. Those feeders are cool they're made out of logs, Her name is Sue. She used to have I think it was a beagle or a dachshund or like a cross or something, Yes. I was actually came to this channel from direct invite when it very first started. We used to always be, oh, there's a rabbit, but then it turned out it was a fake rabbit. And yeah, exactly, Tomcat. I love crows. I'm glad she has some crows there. They're huge, huh? If something's running down there, I don't think it's a squirrel. Oh, I'll check that one out too, Chandra. I like the crows though. Yeah, this is North Carolina. This is her backyard. Yeah, I've seen that one, Tandra. I'll check that one out too. Anyway, her dog Sally would come out and like it used to be look a lot, I don't know, less man-made. I think it was, you know, it was there before or something. I don't know if she said they put it in or not. I can't get to it from here, Tandra. I have to go out and I will, but I think I've been to that one too. So I think I probably am sub to it. I know that there's like, you know, I like it. Looks like there's something in the water, or is that just my screen? Oh, it's just my screen. So Sally would go outside with her when she would go out and, you know, feed the animals and shit. She'd run around and bark and stuff, and then one day she just didn't come to it. She just, you know, she got taken. All right, big snakes in South Wales. Really? Wow.
As the CEO of Cashbacking, I'm always hungry to see people cashbacking. 3% on dining, including takeout. Whether it's Patty Melt, Shirley Temples, hot tea, T-bones. Are you getting this? Say your order. It's a working lunch. Or big with Chase Freedom Unlimited. How do you cash back?
Hey guys, it's Chris. From the terrifying man-eating snakes of Borneo to the monster serpent that lives on a Japanese mountain, here are 10 abnormally large snakes that do actually exist. Number 10, man-eating snakes of Borneo. In Borneo, there's an old story that goes like this. A group of natives left their villages one day and retreated into the jungle to get away from the Dutch colonists who were trying to take over their land. They built small villages in the rainforest with their families. And this was working out fine for them until their children began to disappear one at a time. This happened for over a week. Was it the work of jungle nomads or evil jungle spirits, or a big cat? To find out, the villagers set a trap and baited it with another child, sacrificing one more life to stop the slaughter of many more. The creature that finally emerged from the river was massive and limbless and covered in scales. It turned out that there were 2 huge dragons stealing the children and taking them back to their lair. The villagers then hunted the dragons down with axes and spears to get their revenge. It sounds like a story from a fairy tale, but there could actually be some truth to it. There obviously weren't dragons stealing children, but experts say there may have been some giant snakes. The Borneo rainforest is about 140 million years old, and it's home to many undiscovered animals. There are also about 150 species of snake here. According to Sarah Ruana from the American Museum of Natural History in New York, it's as if every kind of snake in the world somehow slithered its way to Borneo.
You went there, Tomcat? You were taken to a tribe? You guys are the funniest. I mean, like, poor Tanger is having a hawk problem. Tomcat has been to Borneo and was taken to a tribe. And UFO Bro has 2 Shih Tzus and a cat. That's what I love about you guys. I mean, seriously. People who think that we, an ancient tribe of headhunters. Why would people even want a head? You know what I mean? Do you think they really had shrunken heads? What if my head shrunk and I still kept talking and doing a live stream? Would you guys like that? Come on, you guys, what's your gig?
But what about the man-eating snakes so big they became dragons in the local legends? Nobody's entirely sure. Experts say there are Sumatran pit vipers, blue coral snakes, king cobras, and even giant pythons living in Borneo. And any one of them could have been the man-eating dragons from the story.
I had a cobra. And I was charming it with my flouting abilities. And I was like, and I was, dressed in the traditional attire of a snake charmer. So, of course, I had no shirt on. And the cobra came out and spoke. Said, I'm blind. I can't see. I can't see. And hence, that is why in that song they put diamonds in its eyes because it is blind from apparently my snake charming abilities. Now, I have no control over what a cobra can handle. Well, thank God you were able to save your head, Tomcat.
9. Everglades python. A python hunter from South Florida, Mike Kimmel, known locally as the Python Cowboy, has captured one of the most monstrous Everglades beasts known to man. The battle was so epic that the Python Cowboy was left covered in blood and horribly bruised. And this guy is actually used to catching snakes. Just ask him. But he's used to catching snakes that are only...
This was in Florida? Did they say this was in Florida? Hi, Sunshine. Sunshine. Here, oh, hear my stomach singing with me. on my shoulders makes me happy. Sunshine in my eyes can make me cry. See, that is true. Only like if they are, real sunshine. Because if they're a real person, then you might like look at them and cry, and you'd be like, I can't take how she looks. Help her. Help me. Help you. Help me.
Only around 10 feet long. He couldn't believe it when he stumbled upon a Burmese python in the middle of the Florida Everglades that measured roughly 17 feet in length.
Oh my God. Now listen. Tell me once again that you think that there could be no apes walking around here, everywhere. I do believe this has confirmed it.
For a snake, and it's too big to even believe, especially in Florida. According to what the Python cowboy told CNN News, he was at first pretty intimidated by this large snake. But after a bit of a wrestle and some pretty nasty bites, he managed to take the beast back to his boat. And in the end, the snake measured about
Come on, let's go sailing.
150 pounds. But believe it or not, this isn't even the biggest snake ever captured in the Everglades. According to the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, the biggest python ever captured in the state.
Oh my God. If I was ever in the water and that started coming towards me, just forget it. I'm dead right there. I mean, there's no me moving. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's none. I'm gonna freeze up. One time I almost went out to the ocean with the, what do they call it? The tide. Yep, with the tide. With the tide, I was gonna be taken out to the ocean, all cut up too by little seashells and rocks that were moving fast, and shark bait just thrown right out there in the middle of the ocean. God.
It was 18 feet long and 8 inches. Number 8, snakes with legs. Something even more terrifying than words can even describe was recently discovered fossilized in South America. Snake bones have been found in the area before, but nothing quite like this. At the Brazilian Crato Formation, a famous fossil site that dates back to the Cretaceous period, researcher David Martil from the University of Portsmouth found the fossilized remains of a giant
Crustaceous.
giant snake that had legs. Oh yes, snakes used to have legs. As if these horrible monsters weren't scary enough slithering and hissing around, they used to scuttle. Based on the analysis of the fossil, it turned out that this mysterious species of snake once had a pair of tiny front legs and a pair of hind legs that were tiny as well. It looked exactly like a giant boa constrictor or a deadly python, only it had feet. It also had sharp claws on the end of the legs, making it even more terrifying as a predator. What's really interesting is that according to David Martil, this snake is blatant evidence that serpents evolved from lizards, slowly losing their legs and turning into some of the scariest monsters on the planet. We don't know exactly how big the four-legged snakes could grow, but they were definitely huge. They may have grown to be the same size as modern giant snakes, but they could claw your face off. Glad are you that snakes don't have legs anymore. Number 7. Giant red-bellied snake. An abnormally large red-bellied snake was recently captured in the Newcastle suburb of New South Wales in Australia, unlike anything snake catcher Jeff Deleuze had ever seen before.
Did you hear that? UFO, bro? Where you're going? Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Uh-oh. This is gonna be you.
Giant red-bellied snake. An abnormally large red-bellied snake was recently captured in the Newcastle suburb of New South Wales in Australia, unlike anything snake catcher Jeff Deleuze had ever seen before. Red-bellied snakes aren't actually that dangerous. They aren't venomous, and normally they don't get much bigger than about 3 feet long. This is because the snakes are so common that they often die at a young age by being run over by a car or decapitated by somebody's shovel. The snake Jeff discovered in his client's house, hiding beneath the air conditioning unit, was a formidable monster. He estimated it to be roughly 20 years old and nearly 15 feet long. Yikes. That's almost triple what ordinary red-bellied snakes grow to
Oh my god. That had to be somebody's pet.
be. He called it the biggest red-bellied snake of his career. But how did such a monster snake live to be so long? Probably the snake had been surviving in the remote brush outside the community. But as the temperature heated up and people moved in with their air conditioning, the massive serpent was drawn to all that cool air. And in the Australian heat, that's totally understandable.
Slick looking thing. It looks like a racer. That red stripe. Wow.
So where would you hide from the blazing sun if you were a snake? Let us know in the comments section down below. And if you're liking this video, be sure to hit that thumbs up button and the subscribe button if you haven't already. Number 6, abnormal snake lair. The largest concentration of endangered garter snakes ever was just found living in an underdeveloped patch.
Garter snakes? Garter snakes? Or garter snakes? Garter snakes. What's the green ones? Ooh, a fire belly. No.
Patch of wetlands near the National Airport in San Francisco. This is actually a pretty weird story. The San Francisco garter snake is often called the most beautiful serpent in North America. It's a stunning serpent with an orange head, turquoise blue body, bold and vivid stripes of orange and red. But until recently, it was believed that there were only around 2,000 of them living in the wild. But when researchers with the United States Geological Survey went to check out the wetlands near the airport, they found a terrifying lair of about 1,300 of them, slithering and writhing in a mess of slippery slitheriness. Experts call it the largest concentration ever discovered, raising hope that the garter snake may live beyond the next decade. However, the huge pile of snakes is still
Were they there?
disturbing on all accounts. Imagine being that poor guy who accidentally stepped foot into a literal hive of 1,300 of these colorful snakes. They can't really do much damage, but that's still pretty freaky. Number 5, scorched serpents. After a devastating series of forest fires in Indonesia in July, workers discovered a graveyard of scorched serpents unlike anything previously seen
It's sad.
in the country.
Okay,
it was bad enough that people
Sunshine.
had to flee their homes to get
Don't
away
say
from the
that,
destructive
Sandra.
blaze. But what nobody had expected was for a bizarre race of super giant snakes to get burnt up in the fire. These poor snakes had nowhere to go as their home was literally on fire all around them, stretching for miles and miles. The snakes were found charred as if burned alive, and although they were hard to identify because of their crispy condition, they were generally believed to be pythons, probably Burmese pythons. Now wait until you hear how huge they were. A normal python only grows to be about 20 feet long. They're even smaller in the state of Florida, but these burnt ones in Indonesia were estimated at about 32 feet in length, bigger than any python found to date. Everyone was in disbelief over the size of them, and nobody knows how such massive serpents went undiscovered for so long.
Crazy. 32 feet. Crazy.
Maybe they were smarter than other snakes and stayed hidden in the forest, but unfortunately they were all burned up and we may never see another group of these pythons this big again. Number 4, the Congo snake. In 1959, a Belgian pilot who fought during World War II was
Those are the good dancers. They're good dancers.
flying back to an airbase in the Congo when he saw something shocking beneath his helicopter. The creature would become known as the giant
Come on, baby,
Congo
do that
snake, and the
Congo.
pilot
No, you
allegedly
weren't.
saw it slither out of a hole and vanish into the scrubland. The pilot described the snake as being roughly 50 feet long, which would make it even bigger than the extinct Titan boa, which could grow to a max.
Get out of town. Wait a minute. I gotta hear this over again because I was singing like a fool.
Maximum of about 40 so long. Maybe they were smarter than other snakes and stayed hidden in the forest, but unfortunately they were all burned up and we may never see another group of these pythons this big again. Number 4, the Congo snake. In 1959, a Belgian pilot who fought during World War II was flying back.
Oh, I bet you they're in the Congos.
Nobody knew if it was venomous.
I
And
bet you they're in
besides,
the
they were too scared.
Congos. In the Congos, I bet. Yeah, it must be the Congos.
Because it was completely black and several feet long, it scared the pants off the unsuspecting tourists.
Wow, that would be
I probably would have been scared too. Number 2,
somebody's
washed up
pants fell
snake.
off.
At Sunset Beach in North Carolina, a giant snake.
Look at that snake.
Incredible.
Look at this snake. Look at that snake. Hey, hey, what's this? A lightsaber? Was there a sword fight?
You'll never see another group of these pythons
I
this
don't
big
know.
again.
They're coming.
Number 4, the Congo snake.
Congos,
In
from the
1959,
Congo.
a Belgian pilot who fought during World War II was flying back to an airbase in the Congo when he saw something shocking beneath his helicopter. The creature would become known as the giant Congo snake, and the pilot allegedly saw it slither out of a hole and vanish into the scrubland.
Can they find the hole again?
Pilot described the snake as being roughly 50 feet long, which would make it even bigger than the extinct Titan boa, which could grow to a maximum of about 42 feet. What makes this encounter so much more realistic than others that you hear about is that another guy on board the helicopter managed to take a picture of the monster.
Really?
The pilot later said he was scared that if he got too close to the ground, the snake might have lunged upwards and attacked the helicopter. The pilot openly confessed, "I feel and I'm convinced if I had been in its range, it would have struck at me." Of course, there is absolute.
Where's the picture? I do remember Jake the snake. He's dead now. Remember, Macho Man Randy Savage? Snap into a Slim Jim. Yo, Jebediah, can't you come out tonight? Come out tonight. Come out tonight. Yo, Jebediah, can't you come out tonight and raise a barn with me? Where's Rhoda? Where's Rhoda? Snap into a Slim Jim. I think he drove off a bridge, but not on purpose. I think it was a car accident, but I'm not sure. Could have been a car involved if he was driving. Hey, everybody. Ignore me. Please. Get back into the snakes.
No way of knowing if the giant snake would have been aggressive at all, but the sheer size of it was enough to make the pilot wary. He later described the massive serpent as having a dark shade of green.
Where's the picture?
And brown, with a white-colored belly, and claimed the snake's head alone was 3 feet wide and that the jaw was of a triangular shape. These people are all credible witnesses, too. They were war veterans who had no reason at all to lie. But even today,
Yes, no reason at all when you're a war veteran.
Zoologists and scientific professionals denounce the story as a hoax and say the picture taken of the serpent isn't even real.
Let
And
it
unfortunately,
stay.
since none of us were there to witness the beast,
real? That picture that they just showed, that was pathetic.
we can't really say for certain whether it is real or not. If it was a 50-foot snake, the big question is, well,
I drive with my feet.
where is it now? Do you believe these
That way nobody asked to borrow my car.
pilots and passengers' incredible story?
No.
Do you think there's a way the picture is fake? Let us know your thoughts and comments down below.
That
Number
was
3,
good.
climbing snakes. If you live in Pennsylvania, specifically in Pittsburgh, you need to be on the lookout for giant
Well, I do believe snakes can climb.
climbing snakes that have been terrifying the locals. A giant
In
snake caused
Pennsylvania?
chaos and panic among a group of visitors to Frick Park when they saw what they thought was some kind of serpent demon. These snakes are notorious for climbing trees and cliffs with incredible speed. And for those who aren't aware, a day
Glory, glory, hallelujah. God, my cat. My cat told me he hates you guys. Listen, he hates me. I'm telling you. He signed the petition at least 6 times, but keeps using those paw print emojis, thinking, well, maybe it's Tomcat, though. Is it Tomcat? Be honest. I forgot I was typing. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Ugh, look at those snakes. Ugh, my God, it's disgusting. I like the honey badger. Honey badger don't give a shit. Yeah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Honey badger.
You're a short guy with fiber.
Help rebuild
Okay.
acid-weakened enamel every time you brush. So what are you brushing with?
No, Kitty, you're doing it wrong. No. All right, well that didn't work. At least we got 3 bottles left for next time. Hey, Sylvester. So I'm really sorry that you didn't get to try the
But so you guys can't see that he's a cat.
catnip wine, but for what it's worth, it was a total failure anyways. Eventually, I would like you to try it though.
When?
I don't know. Someday, eventually, whenever.
Now.
No, I'm not going to give it to you right now, Sylvester. You've been a bad kitty. You haven't done anything to deserve. Hey, don't you walk away from me, Sylvester. Kitty, just talk to me, Sylvester.
Have you ever seen Sylvester and Talking Cat? No, I mean, what am I saying? Me neither. Of course I've seen it. Don't ever listen to me. As a rule. For real. Putting too much pressure on me to be right all the time. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Oh, look at the, let's look at the Yahweh. Or whatever they are. Yahweh, Blue Mountains, one finger typing, South Wales, all right? Is that, am I right? Am I right? Am I right? This is where you're going, buddy. Get
It was
ready.
April of 1999, and I was contacted by a freelance journalist by the name of Arthur Gray. Mr. Gray, also a former amateur athlete from Sydney, was writing an article on the Yowie. He politely asked if it was possible to join me for a night in the Blue Mountains to build his subject knowledge on the topic. We met at
I'd say
4:30 p.m.
no.
at the end of Winbourne Road, Hazelbrook, where I was having most of my interactions with the Yowie, many called Fatfoot at the time.
Fatfoot?
There was enough daylight to show Mr. Gray where I sit and what to expect come dusk. Mr. Fatfoot had recently been in the neighbourhood. The slab that was pulled from this tree was solid and required a lot of force to be torn down.
What? What do you mean?
Then it was Arthur who found some fresh prints.
Who does
It wasn't
that?
long into the night
He does not.
until we could hear some noises creeping around in the dark. The idea with Fatfoot was to let him know you're there. It was almost a thrill for him, as if he was walking around bored most of the time and enjoyed the human interaction. According to my journal, when we found the wet footprint, there was a foul, pungent and strong odour in the air with some movement in the bush. After dark, we believe there are two milling around.
Sounds like a bad date.
Behind us. We walked down towards the area when we were suddenly charged. A chain of events ensued. In the journal, it states we heard one call to the other at one stage, and then I used my torch beam to repel one that was too close. From what I read in the journal, there was a lot of running about in the dark, and it all seemed quite traumatic. This is why I keep
I thought he was there.
journals. To be honest, I'd forgotten about half of this.
Really?
Mr. Gray was a professional, always inquisitive, and a true gentleman. On September 5, 2012, Mr. Gray's son
That sounds fishy.
contacted me to say they were both putting together some files for his memory.
Actually, I was talking about Sylvester the Talking Cat on YouTube. Steve Cash, but he killed himself. But Sylvester's dead now, and you know,
Was, and would like a copy of the article he wrote titled Night of the Yowie. Shortly after, Mr. Gray passed away. This is the recollection of the night in April 1999, as remembered by Arthur Gray.
are we gonna get to see, like, you know?
Around about 8 o'clock at night. I think it was a Friday night. It was moonlit, very dark, clear, and so we sat down. And
how does it where are you being sure?
Semicircular rocky ledge, and we just waited and waited. There's a few dogs barking in the houses nearby. Trains were running past.
There's a chill in the air. I thought it was gonna rain. My arthritis was killing me.
We were there about 3 hours, I suppose, and I got a bit fidgety. And because I smoked, I thought, oh,
I have
being
restless leg syndrome, and I needed a smoke. Anyway. Can you guys hear what they're saying?
He said, don't smoke, by the way. 5 or 10 minutes later, we heard the first one come up from a 45-degree angle. It started to approach. Heavy, thumping footsteps.
This is while you're on the cliff?
No, we just heard they were very stuck.
We were still up in the rocky ledge, yes, and reasonably safe, we thought. The
Oh, on a rocky ledge, yes, we're safe.
Feet down. And they were down through the bushes there. It was all bush. Swamp, I think, down the bottom. So this one started, and Dean had already told me that they approached from 45 degrees. And this one certainly did. So he came up from the left, and he thumped up, and then he stopped. He came forward again, stopped again.
I'm sorry.
And probably thought better of it and sort of retreated. 5 or 10 minutes later, the second one came up from directly ahead of us, which was unusual quantity, and did the same thing, stomped his feet very heavily. I think just the right foot. Bang, bang, bang. What a
Yeah, we know like. Yowie say go now before Yowie hurt.
like all stomping, like an elephant. Quite
Don't
noisy.
make me
That one
stomp.
also did the same thing.
Yowie don't like stompy.
Far as maybe 20 meters from us, stopped and maybe gone back. I don't know. We didn't see it. Then the third one
He
appeared.
just said he saw it. Didn't he say he saw it? He looks suspicious.
45 degrees on the right hand side.
Ah,
and
45
it started to
degrees
come up, and Dean said, "Here we go." He thought this was the one.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go with Yowie. 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 Can I get a Yowie?
It came up and it came closer, and I suppose it stopped about 20 yards, 20 meters from us. And Dean had his camera facing.
And he still hasn't complained about the smell.
And I think the light, what light it was, reflected off that camera, off the front of the glass, and scared this Yowie away. He didn't come any closer anyway. So,
Where's my sound effect?
3 hours.
Where's my sound effects? Where is it? Just when I needed them most.
4 hours, we waited around again, and we thought, no, we'll get back to the car and take our equipment with them. So we went back to the car, which was parked just up the road. And
Yeah,
back
we
to the
wait again.
back. And Dean had a sudden idea. He thought, no, let's go on. Knowing him, he's very enthusiastic. So I think we took the camera out, only, and I think we took the torches. No, we didn't take the camera.
No, we didn't take a camera. No, we didn't took no torches. We took nothing. Actually, we didn't even get out of the car.
We might have taken the camera. Anyway, so down we went.
Maybe.
There was a path leading down a slope, and there was an intersection to the left.
It was called Rocky Ledge. We had no camera and no flashlight.
And we stopped there for a minute, and suddenly, in front of us, there was a tree, bushes were high. This thing suddenly appeared, growling, making a horrible noise. Its eyes were glaring red.
You.
And we had the torches, and I put my torch on his eyes.
He
Dean put
said
a
they
powerful
didn't bring them. This guy just lied. He said they didn't bring them because I had a problem with that. Now he's lying. Liar. He's got the mark of the liar, I say.
torch. He said, keep it on his eyes. He said, so we kept on. So it just came up like that, maybe about 8 feet tall.
Popped up like a muskrat. Not a muskrat. What are they called? Meerkat. 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 Meerkat Manor. Remember that? I loved that show. I was so sad when they would get kicked out.
And maybe he was standing on something behind. We don't know.
Yes, he was standing on a crate. He was standing on the other one's shoulders. They were wearing a long trench coat. Suddenly, they approached us outside of the liquor store and asked us, Yowie needs booze. Yowie need beer. bear. Yar. Oh, that's what the Scottish Bigfoot says.
That we saw the head, part of the shoulders. Sorry.
How clear is the image you're looking at?
Very, very clear. Sort of a dark face, rather apish, I suppose.
Looked like Liza Minnelli.
Long dark hair, but the eyes were it was really aggressive. It sort of exploded out.
Yes, big false eyelashes.
Defiant, and as though you shouldn't be here. In any case, I half turned at the time, and I was scared, but I half turned but didn't retreat. And Dean said quickly, he said, keep the torches on his arm. So we did. It disappeared then.
When you say disappeared, it moved backwards?
It moved backwards. Apparently moved backwards. Just vanished.
It was a kangaroo, motherfucker, on a trampoline.
With no sound.
It had been growling.
But you didn't hear your footsteps crashing?
None at all.
Do you find that odd in retrospect
Yes,
that there's such a large animal?
It was growling in sign language. No sound. The guy just said like 100 times that it stomped.
Yeah, and subsequent events.
It had a suit on.
So, having done that, Dean was still enthusiastic about what was going on. So
Dean Martin. And then the Yowie came. Hooray for Yowie Wood. Na 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 Yowie Wood.
he turned down a little path which struck a cul-de-sac with a blind corner. And he said, so I've already reconnoitered this. He said,
looks like they're growing weed out there.
There's been a Yowie here, and I went down too, and it was just repeated.
Yes, it was a Yowie. It's me like UFO, bro. Yowie say.
That's typical of him. He said it really is bad, so we didn't go down. We came back up the path. We stood at the intersection. Just before that, by the way, too, when we saw that Yowie, just before the Yowie, he said music attracts him.
So we played the ice cream truck theme.
And I'd forgotten about that. So we started whistling. And I think that brought him forward.
Nope, sorry. It was the theme from Breakfast Club. Little did we know the Yowie had seen the movie. Hey, Mom, I saw a Yowie. It's Yowie time. Oh my God. Yowza. Youch.
That one night, anyway.
Can you give me an youchie?
What have you? And how they came. So in any case, went down the path again, still looking for them, and turned left, and we heard one thumping away. So Dean and his enthusiasm. I think he still had the camera with him. He started chasing into what looked like.
This guy just a minute ago said they didn't bring the camera, they didn't bring torches. Now they got the camera. Now they got everything
Thick
again.
bush with quite swamp behind it, and a lot of trees. And
No
he said,
way.
there he is.
in
There
a
he goes.
swamp.
He started running, and this thing seemed to flit between trees, and it wasn't apparent. Oh, it was still dark.
Oh, he was flitting now, huh?
I remember. It wasn't apparent between the trees. But look, so it hid behind one tree.
That's because I think it's like, what do they call it? Like shimmer? You know what I'm saying? That's what I think. They're see-through kind of in a way. You know what I'm saying? Was the Yowzie there? Oh, Yowie there?
And suddenly it was behind another tree, if you know what I mean. They're faster than Olympic sprinters, these things. I know. I couldn't see it, but he apparently said, well, that's it. Then another one appeared in the same area, and they started stomping. Then the third one appeared. So there's three of them in line, and we were down the path.
We will rock you. That's what they were doing out there. They were stomping it out.
And really could have been trapped. Dean was still enthusiastic about finding this one, but
They were enthusiastic. They're
he never
singing.
did. It was just too fast for him. So we're standing there wondering whether they're going to ambush us. And they were stomping away. So
Oh
a
my
rhythmic
God, I
stomping.
thought they
And,
started your
Dean
rhythmics. Yowie dreams are made of these.
So we're standing there wondering whether they're going to ambush us. And they were stomping away, so a rhythmic stomping. And Dean said, I think they're communicating. And I think they were too. I think that's the way they do communicate. In any case, it was too dangerous at that time.
Were you frightened?
I was a little scared at that time. Having seen that one out of the trees, I wasn't terribly scared. I thought, well, if we dealt with that one, we could deal with these ones. But Dean said, no, let's pack it in. He said, because we could be ambushed. So we went back up the track slowly, hoping they wouldn't come out, and turned right again and up towards the car. So we heard three, saw one, and heard another three. But this stomping got us. It was unlike anything I've ever heard. And it's obviously,
I think he's lying. Yeah, right, Teresa? Exactly. I think Bigfoot is a narcissist. And he's doing it all for attention. In my opinion, allegedly. I probably would like Abominable Snowman. I'd be like, oh God, you keep me warm. Oh, thank you, Sunshine. Thank you. You can hire me for eulogies. No, sir, just kidding. I don't think I'd want to make a eulogy funny. I mean, well, not that I want to. Not that, no. A part of me probably would want to for them. I do it for the people.
an animal. And it's not 2 feet, it's just the 1 feet as far as it
You mentioned some other noise it was making.
Oh, wait a minute. What do you mean? 1 foot. So he's got one big foot and one small foot. That's what I said.
Well, I was talking to you on the phone, some sort of, any other vocalization?
From the one we saw? Yeah. Just a growl. A low growl.
Like a dog?
More like a lion, maybe. Quite gruff.
Intelligent in the eyes?
Very much so, yes.
You said they glowed, the eyes?
They glowed red. Whether they glowed red because
Of the forest. Not queen. Not king. Not prince. If I were Yowie. of the forest.
Because we're putting the torches on them, I don't know whether in fact they might have been yellow eyes. As you know, the reflection.
You said they were red. Now you're trying to say they had yellow eyes. Those were your eyes.
From the light,
in the
until your
morning.
eyes red. But they certainly had red eyes.
Bit more of a description. I mean, could you notice the colour of the hair or the eyes?
The hair was very dark. Teeth were showing, or the fangs were showing. Did it have any blood?
Fangs.
Canines? It seemed to have. It seemed to have. Yes.
They have what?
And what's the shape of the head? How do you
Nylon
describe the
tongue?
shape of the head?
Nylon tongue?
And maybe a little rounder than apes. Waiting for the dog started yowling, not barking but yowling.
Oh, that's nice, Sunshine. It's nice that he noticed that.
And the houses are all about, say, half a mile away. And he said, "This is a sign." He said, "They seem to sense it."
I'm a Yowie. We'll work for food. Here we go. Now you guys are all gonna learn a little. I want you to all stop doubting what I've tried to tell you all along.
To help protect from HIV,
Is that it's weed.
without pills. With Apretude, a prescription medicine used to reduce the risk of HIV.
Be scared. Be very afraid.
Parasites are not degenerates. They're
Oh my
actually
God, I
maybe the
can't
most
watch
successful life form on Earth.
I'm not sure how I'm gonna do it all the time. Oh my God, I don't think I can. I can't. Oh my God, oh my God, I just can't. Oh my God, I just can't. I have to just flip that out. Fuck that shit. I can't watch that. Alright, did we already watch this one? Is this the one with the stupid guy that was just talking?
Something behind, we don't know. It was certainly 8 feet.
8 feet tall, wearing a dress. Looks like Tammy Wynette. Mandalon. Sightings of the hairy kind.
A primate-looking muzzle.
Oh my God,
There are
UFO.
also different behaviours and characteristics,
Did you hear what this
particularly
man
between
just
day and
said?
night, which we've reasoned before.
Terrible.
Also stated in the past, when the sea levels rose and Australia was isolated, what was here stayed here, land-trapped.
Yes. Yes, UFO, bro. What stayed there stays there.
And we more than likely have differing species, and perhaps from different times of history. Some of the anomalies reported could perhaps be mutations, which we see in all mammals. Again, this is something I recently...
What do you say? Pigmentations? Segmentations? What do you say? Does anybody know? I know, a little too harsh.
One anomaly seldom heard but raised enough to take notice is the reported nictitating membrane of the eyes, or commonly referred to as sideways blinking eyes. This is a thin layer of film between the eyelid and eyeball that wipes sideways, kind of like a windscreen wiper.
So what does that mean? What are they trying to tell us?
It cleans the eye surface while the main eyelid continues to blink in a conventional manner. Many animals have it: dogs, cats, kangaroos, camels, polar bears, obviously reptiles, and a few smaller primates. Both
Well, I'm gonna have to give this a little more time so I can know what it's talking about.
ancient hominins and hominids are said to have
Homina.
had a nictitating eye membrane, but we lost it over the course of evolution. In fact, both humans and primates still have the remnant within the inner corners of our eyes. If there are hominids, some more relic than others, trapped within a short...
The monkeys have it? Fragmentation?
...pores of this country. Perhaps they are accountable for these yowies with the reported sideways blinking eyes. All this, of course, refers to today's report.
Oh, that doesn't.
This report comes from a vast mountainous stretch of bushland that holds the highest rate
Bushland again.
of encounters in Australia. Yet the forest is widely untraversed. From what we've learned and presented so far, many varieties of
I'd
what we
never
know
go
as
there.
DNA
Who would go in that forest? Have you seen it? Oh, shit.
could be living in those remotely isolated peaks and valleys. In just a blink, I'll hand you over to AYR's Sarah Bignell. As I say, welcome back to Mandalore.
Me and my son have been sitting and talking about it a bit more. There's another kid that lived on the property in the house next door. We were actually having a chat the other night. He's seen what me and my son
They better have pictures.
seen as well, and I was just like, it really threw me.
All three of you have seen.
All the different times,
Do you reckon it's the same being? Are they matching descriptions?
I think it is, because the one that I've seen him 15, 20 meters. The young guy that I was talking to, you could hear the fear in his voice. He described the hands that I seen, the feet that I seen, and the face that my son Jordan seen, with around the eyes that had this slight orange, like a white Maltese dog, and they get like the tear staining and it turns orange. It was sort of like a sun bleaching tear staining thing, like around like its face, and it just sort of looked like it grabbed in between its thumb and its pointer finger and just wiped it sideways, like it was annoying it sort of thing, and it just sort of stained its face. And yeah, all three of us have all said that. The face had like this orange hair around its eyes and nose. It's an old mining property, so many years ago
They have a picture of a poodle on there.
they've undermined all the properties out there. That road, you're going to be pretty familiar with this location. It actually leads up into the Waddingon State Forest, which is where a few of your reports are.
Yes.
So the day that I seen this thing, I'd just finished riding in the forest. I come back to my property, which is basically a K and a half away from the end of the road, and something was just telling me in my mind to turn left. Like
I thought everything was like bush in Australia. Oh, is this Australia?
as soon as I turned to my driveway, I'll turn left, and just because I'd only just bought the motorbike, and I was like, turn left and just go ride it and go along the fence line and check out the fences, because we have horses.
Well, what if somebody put a wire across that thing? Your head could come off. I wouldn't do it.
I was just riding along this little, I guess what you'd call a nature trail, or what the wallabies, and I'm riding along, and I got to the bottom of our paddock, and I rode along our fence line, and so off to my left was the bit of bush where I seen it and where my son seen it. Anyway, I've ridden past there, and I've gone around again to the left again, and I was sort of riding parallel to the bush.
Comes up 45 degrees,
It's under the power lines and the easement, where they take the dozers through and clear it for all the power lines. I was sitting there on my motorbike. It was probably about an hour ride that I'd just been on, so I was like, I'll sit here and I'll just get my breath back and just take it in and just had a good time, you know what I mean? I got out by myself riding.
You just said your son was with you.
I just had fun and relaxing. So I was like, yeah, I'll sit here and take it all in, and sitting there, and I still had my helmet on.
Hi, gearhead.
I was just standing there on the bike, and the bike was still idling, and I looked down and I went, okay, I've got to make sure this is neutral, and then I'll take my hand off the clutch and turn it off. Looked down and put in neutral and looked on the dash, and the green light was on, it was in neutral. I was there. I looked up and something caught my peripheral vision to my left. What the hell's that?
He doesn't have a dashboard. What's he talking about? How's he relaxing with a helmet on? Why'd he lie and say he was with somebody that he was not with somebody? I think he's tripping.
Like I just seen like this. It's like a shadow, I guess. It was just a real small shadow.
It was probably your son, buddy. You just said he was there with you.
I thought it might have been a bird or something. Caught me peripheral vision, and I sort of swung around and looked, and that's when I seen it.
Me son.
Like everyone else says, your head just rambles through all these things. What could it be? What could it be? And I'm just like, no, it can't be.
My son.
Sasquatch, Yowie. No, it can't be.
My
And,
son.
as everyone says, Yowies were the things that were in the little packets, the chocolate with the twins. I looked over
Come on.
this thing, and it's just staring at me as I'm sitting on the bike, and I had my helmet on, and I quickly took my helmet off, like really, really quick.
He said he was standing next to his bike a minute ago.
And I didn't not lose eye contact with this thing, and
We like
I was just looking
you.
at me.
Yeah, we like you too.
I turned the bike off, and there was 3 expressions on this thing's face from the start. The first expression
Love you.
was shock, and it was shock that I was seeing it, But at the same time,
Boing.
I was shocked that it was seeing me as well. When I turned the bike off with the button, it just sort of looked like really inquisitive.
Now, why would he turn his bike off?
And then it blinked, and this thing blinked sideways, like a reptile. And I was just looking at this thing, just going, like, what are you? I've seen cows, I've seen wombats, I've seen big roos, I've seen stuff in the bush. But this
Fakers.
thing just to be so big and so quiet.
Why,
so
Gearhead?
majestic. I was just staring at this thing in awe, and it honestly felt, it was probably only 30 seconds max, but it felt like a lifetime, you know what I mean? Because the stare and just the two looks that I got off it, and
You said 3.
the blink, just looked at me once the bike was off, done this real weird, it was like a scream but a growl at the same time.
Hey, Audie Foster.
Just pulled itself around the tree, and like within 5 or 6 steps, like it just gone into this big bush of lantana. I'm just standing there and I'm like, did I just see that?
Oh my
And I didn't
God, they have Bigfoot wearing sneakers.
tell anyone about it for a while and kept it to myself. Yeah, and that's when I sort of started listening to your shows, you know, and I'm thinking these things are definitely out there. Like,
You, UFO.
you know, when you get
bro. Did you call and say this? Okay. Well, don't say nothing. Hold the pickles, hold the lettuce, da 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 boober doober doo 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 doo. Oh, well, welcome, Audie. Audie. Hmm.
An underground city is a series of linked up underground areas. I don't have much of an intro to this video other than that. So, yeah. 10 most epic underground cities. Deep inside the Waliska salt mine in Poland is a huge underground city. As the miners often spend their whole lives working underground, they carved out dozens of statues and 4 chapels within the mine. They also carved out 3 kilometers of corridors, over 20 chambers, and even a tap.
Sounds like a lot of stuff to do in the middle of the earth.
Which makes sense. Miners love alcohol. The most impressive part of the city is the Chapel of St. King, which is visited by around 1 million people each year. The city also features an underground lake, and according to local mythology, a family of goblins live on an artificial island in the middle of the lake.
I don't know. What is that person talking about?
And produced salt from then until 2007. Many of the statues in the mine depict mythical creatures, so it sounds like a fun place. Apart from all the drunk tourists. Below the streets
you
of
can get rid
Beijing
of
is a
Audi
huge
then.
underground city. Built by Chairman Mao during the 1970s, its purpose was to house the population of Beijing in the event of a nuclear war with the Soviet Union. Stretching 85 square kilometers, it is often referred to as the Underground Great Wall. It was constructed by over 300,000 workers and dug mostly by hand, which doesn't sound like it would be very effective. But built inside the city are schools.
Weird, weird that they would that they would build this many cities
schools,
underground.
hospitals, farms, factories, theatres, warehouses, and living areas. The complex had water and gas-proof hatches, as well as huge concrete doors to protect those inside. Entrances were hidden in shops across Beijing city center. It is known that some of these entrances are still operable, but few people know where they are.
Wow.
Beginning in 2018, a planned city will be constructed underneath the canals of Amsterdam.
Why? Did you hear that? Why?
Lack of space has forced the local government to go underground, and they can only dig into the soft clay below the water, as the rest of the city was originally built on swampy marshland. At the cost of $14.4 billion, the underground complex will be
Wow, that's strange. Did you know that? Did you guys know that?
home to sports stadiums, theatres, car parks, and commercial properties.
Thank you, Tangent.
Construction of the underground city is expected to take 20 years, but at least it confirms my suspicion that the Dutch are slowly becoming underground lizard people. If successful, this could spark a trend all across Europe. So maybe one day every city will be.
Why? Why are they doing that? That's so weird. Did anybody know about that? Can someone look that up? Wow.
Half underground. Coober Pedy is an underground town in South Australia. It is located within an old opal mine that people moved into to avoid the hot Australian sun. On the surface, Coober Pedy looks like a long-abandoned plot of land, but below the surface live over 2,000 people. So it's no surprise that the underground town features many houses and hotels, as well as a...
Wow. I mean, people that live yeah. I mean, that's what it said. Can someone like Google that? I mean, people that live underground in these cities or these places could be the reason for these, Bigfoot sightings, and then they disappear. I mean,
a pub, a casino, several museums, and a rather beautiful underground church, complete with a creepy graveyard. Which isn't that weird, really. I mean, all graveyards are underground when you think about it. So I guess there's no need for them to bury the dead in Coober Pedy. They could just dump the bodies in the casino. Bad for tourism, though.
Wow.
Under the streets of Bucharest in Romania is a dark network of sewer tunnels, and inside this huge network lives a community of HIV-infected drug addicts. The entrance to the city is a hole in the ground in the middle of a busy road. The story behind this community is sad. After communism fell in Romania, thousands of orphaned children were left without...
Oh my God.
care. Coming together, they took to the sewers for shelter. They grew older and had children of their own, and the hellish underground city grew from there. The city actually has a king. It is run by Bruce Lee, who gained his name through engaging in brutal street fights. Just days ago, Bruce Lee was arrested on charges of drug dealing, and every member of the city was evicted from the tunnels. An event that can only be described as the fall of history's most noble civilization.
What? What? No way. Oh, wow. An opal is really expensive. Wow. So it wasn't for the citizens, it was... Wow.
Underneath the Canadian town of Moose Jaw is a network of hidden tunnels. The tunnels were built in 19...
Moose Jaw. Now, is that like real desolate? Yeah, he said that the guy's name was Bruce Lee. They were... Okay. Okay. Really, I need people to take notes and look this stuff up so we can know what is going on here. We got to do some research in here. Okay.
An underground city is a series of linked up underground areas. I don't have much of an intro.
Deep inside the Waliska salt mine in Poland is a huge underground city. As the miners often spend their whole lives working underground, they carved out dozens of statues and 4 chapels within the mine. They also carved out 3 kilometers of corridors, over 20 chambers, and even a tavern, which makes sense. Miners love alcohol. The most impressive part of the city is the Chapel of St. King, which is
My God, it's beautiful down there.
visited by around 1 million people each year. The city also features an underground lake, and according to local mythology, a family of goblins live on an artificial island in the middle of the lake. The mine was built in the 13th century and produced salt from then until 2007.
Unbelievable. It's called the Wiliska Salt Mine. Wiliczka Salt Mine.
Many of the statues in the mine depict mythical creatures, so it sounds like a fun place, apart from all the drunk tourists. Below the streets of Beijing is a huge underground city. Built by Chairman Mao during the 1970s, its purpose was to house the...
I wonder if that blinking thing that snakes and reptiles, lizards, that blinking thing. Wow, really, Tanger? Hi, Irv. I wonder if that is caused from being underground.
Population of Beijing in the event of a nuclear war with the Soviet Union. Stretching 85 square kilometers, it is often referred...
How big is kilometers? I wonder if that's a trait that you start getting when you are, you know, I don't know what the word is sometimes.
...to as the Underground Great Wall. It was constructed by over 300,000 workers and dug mostly by hand, which doesn't sound like it would be very effective, but built...
300,000 workers dug by hand. Higher, tell me that isn't like work camp or something.
Inside the city are schools, hospitals, farms, factories, theaters,
My God, it's all
warehouses,
dirty
and
down
living
there,
areas. The complex had water and gas-proof hatches, as well as huge concrete doors to protect those inside. Entrances were hidden in shops across Beijing city center. It is known that some of these entrances are still operable, but few
Wow, I
people...
wonder what's going on under there. Beijing Underground City. Can you look that up? Wow, Tanger, huh? But it's all rich people. I need to know in miles. Miles.
Will know where they are. Beginning in 2018, a planned city will be constructed underneath the canals of Amsterdam. Lack of space has
That's so crazy.
forced the local government to go underground, and they can only dig into the soft clay below the water, as the rest of the city was originally built on swampy marshland. At the cost of $14.4
I bet you now it's being used for bad things.
billion, the underground complex will be home to sports stadiums, theaters, car parks, and commercial properties. Construction of the underground city is expected to take 20 years, but at least it confirms my suspicion that the Dutch are slowly becoming underground lizard people.
Wow.
If successful, this could spark a trend all across Europe, so maybe one day every city will be half underground. Coober Pedy is an underground town in South Australia. It is located within an old opal mine that people moved into to avoid the hot Australian sun. On the surface, Coober Pedy looks like a long abandoned plot of land, but below the surface live over 2,000 people. So it's no surprise that the underground town features many houses and hotels, as well as a pub, a casino, several museums, and a rather beautiful underground church, complete with a creepy graveyard. Which isn't that weird, really. I mean, all graveyards are underground when you think about it. So I guess there's no need for them to bury the dead in Cuba PD. They could just dump the bodies in the casino. Bad for tourism, though. Under the streets of Bucharest in Romania is a dark network of sewer tunnels, and inside this huge network lives a community of HIV-infected drug addicts. The entrance to the city is a hole in the ground.
Did he say Bucharest? Or no, Romania, right?
In the middle of a busy road. The story behind this community is sad. After communism fell in Romania, thousands of orphan children were left without care. Coming together, they took to the sewers for shelter. They grew older and had children of their own, and the hellish underground city grew from there. The city actually has a king. It is run by Bruce.
Oh my God, they're little kids.
Lee, who gained his name through engaging in brutal street fights. Just days ago, Bruce Lee was arrested on charges of drug dealing.
Oh my God. Check that out. Like, Romania's underground city.
And every member of the city was evicted from the tunnels. An event that can only be described as the fall of history's most noble civilization.
Why would they say that? Most noble civilization.
Underneath the Canadian town of Moose Jaw is a network of hidden tunnels. The tunnels were built in 1908 for Chinese workers to hide from racist authorities. At the time,
Wow, I mean, I remember that too. Wow, isn't that a shame? I remember when all those babies were all just left behind, and it was so sad. I wonder what they did with them when they just made them all leave.
the Canadian government introduced a special tax just for Chinese immigrants. So people started digging to avoid the tax. And as time went on, people started bringing their entire families, which led to the creation of the
Wow, so that's what they meant when they would say digging a hole to China.
civilization. Underneath the Canadian town of Moose Jaw is a network of hidden tunnels.
Wow. Hi, Don. I mean, I need to, like, can somebody look and see if Moose Jaw on the surface is real desolate?
The tunnels were built in 1908 for Chinese workers to hide from racist authorities. At the time, the Canadian government introduced a special tax just for Chinese immigrants. So people started digging to avoid the tax. And as time went on, people started bringing their entire family.
Please, because I'm in shock. I'm in shock.
Families, which led to the creation of the underground city. During the Prohibition era, the railway line connecting Moose Jaw to Chicago was used to import illegal booze. This, combined with Moose Jaw's high number of casinos and brothels, led it to being known as Little Chicago. The tunnels were recently rediscovered after being abandoned and forgotten about.
Wow, Moose Jaw, I wouldn't think is like. I mean, I guess I've never heard of it. I think I heard of it. I thought I heard of it in like a movie or something, but maybe it wasn't. It's crazy.
Montreal's underground city is a huge underground complex spread over 4.5 square miles. And inside this huge complex, you would see multiple shopping malls, banks, museums, hotels, apartment buildings, 7 metro stations, and a bus terminal. The city is so large that it
Is that whole like that thing, that blinking thing that they were saying about is that something that develops when you're, I don't want to say the word is, it's sub something, right? So when you live under the ground or something, that weird, lizard eye, the way they blink, like side or something. Wow. Oh, I'll have to look that up. Passage to Fortune. Don't let me forget that.
It has 120 access points, which are necessary in the winters when 500,000 people enter the underground city daily. Matmata is an underground town in Tunisia. The town was created by digging large pits into the ground and then digging into the pit walls to create houses. These houses are connected to other structures by underground tunnels. Until 1967, the only people who knew about the town were those who lived there, but that year 22 days of rain caused serious damage to Matmata.
Wow, how is that even possible? The only people who knew about the town were the people who lived there? Wow.
The residents appealed to the government of Tunisia for help. The authorities were surprised to learn of the town's existence, but did help to rebuild it, which makes me wonder if there might be other underground cities the Tunisian government doesn't know about. Maybe every country has underground cities that we don't know about. In 1976, Matmata was used as the filming location for Luke Skywalker's home planet in Star Wars. Because of this, the town has become a popular, yet terrible tourist attraction. It's just a hole in the ground. The underground city of Derinkuyu is an ancient underground multi-level city located in Turkey. The city is large enough to house 20,000 people, along with their...
Oh my God. It's called Derinkuyu. It's DERINKUYU.
livestock and supplies, which is impressive for a structure that could have first been built in the 8th century BC. After being lost to time, Derinkuyu was rediscovered in 1963 during the renovation of a nearby house. A cave passage was
That's
opened
where
to
that
reveal a
is, Tunisia, Tanger.
structure stretching 280 feet into the ground. The city is facilitated by 13 stories of ventilation shafts and is seen as an achievement in engineering equal to the construction of the pyramids. No one knows what forced the people of Derinkuyu to live underground, but it was almost certainly to hide from their rivals. The city entrances are guarded
Wow. How do we know they're not still there?
by 1,000-pound stone doors that can only be opened or closed from inside the tunnels. Known to some as Wiltshire's secret underground city, Burlington is a once secret Cold War city built 100 feet underground. Constructed by the British government in the 1950s, its purpose was to be the residence of 4,000 government officials in the event of a nuclear war. The city was so secret that most of the officials who were given accommodation on the site didn't even know of its existence. The underground city was never used, but still contains living spaces, hospitals, warehouses, workspaces, 60 miles of roads, and even an underground lake. Burlington was operated for 30 years until the end of the Cold War in 1991, and finally decommissioned in 2004. The city was then put up for sale with organizations competing to buy it. One of such organizations wanted to turn Burlington into Europe's biggest wine cellar.
Well, they just said that it wasn't used, didn't he say that?
Is a once secret Cold War city built 100 feet underground. Constructed by the British government in the 1950s, its purpose was to be the residence of 4,000 government officials in the event of a nuclear war. The city was so secret that most of the officials who were given accommodation on the site didn't even know of its existence. The underground city was never used, but still contains living
Wow.
Spaces, hospitals, warehouses, workspaces, 60 miles of roads, and even an underground lake. Burlington was operated for 30 years until the end of the Cold War in 1991, and finally decommissioned in 2004. The city was then put up for
You just said it was never used.
sale with organizations competing to buy it. One of such organizations wanted to turn Burlington into Europe's biggest wine cellar. And so that brings us to the end of our list on underground cities.
Yeah, I think that's something. I mean, like, what's in Tunisia that they would want? Not that saying that Tunisia is not so valuable. I'm just like thinking, I can't even imagine that.
Every time you feed your pet pills, you help feed a shelter pet, which helps make them healthy, happy, and more adoptable, changing their life forever so they can change yours. Science did that.
I feel like all those boxes and stuff are just props.
Rudy Tooty, fresh and fruity.
Yep, it's back for a limited time. The $6 Rudy Tooty Fresh and Fruity Combo. 2 eggs, 2 bacon strips, and 2 fruit top pancakes. Only from IHOP.
The city of Seattle in Washington state is one of the biggest on the American West Coast. Seattle is historically regarded as one of the most unique and visually stunning cities in the world, and is known for its tech industry, massive forests, and futuristic Space Needle. But did you know that there once existed a different and darker face to the city, completely
Wow.
underground? You see, underneath the streets of Pioneer Square neighborhood lies a hidden section of Seattle, which at one time hosted an array of commerce, both legal and illegal, as well as shops, homes, storage, and a collection of fascinating history unknown to most. This came as the result of Seattle's reconstruction following the Great Fire of 1889. The streets were lifted several stories above ground level, leaving all the surrounding buildings to partially dwell underground. Thus, the Seattle Underground was born. After only a few decades, the city shut down the underground for public health and safety.
Wow.
Safety concerns, but some areas remain in use for various nefarious activities, while the rest were left abandoned. Today, we journey into Seattle's underground city. I'm your host, Ryan Sokash, and you're watching It's History. The city of Seattle, Washington was founded nearly 170 years ago in 1851, and it originally started out as a community of people looking to get into the timber industry. And many people
See, that's what they were doing that whole time with the Civil War. I feel like they were doing how the West was won, kind of, in a way, you know?
including the city's own citizens, are unaware that the neighborhood called Pioneer Square in downtown Seattle is actually the birthplace of this great city. This is also where the Seattle Underground is located. So let's start at the very beginning. Since the founding of the city, Seattle's biggest issue was climate and geography. Seattle is situated right on sea level, and it was built upon a slice of land between the Pacific Ocean and Lake Washington. Modern sewage systems.
So why build it there?
Still used today are based on water flow and involve underground pipes, sewers, and toilets, which were once called water closets. These systems, born to the mid-1800s, changed the way that cities worked across the world. However, Seattle, being on sea level and in between two vast bodies of water, would prove to be a huge obstacle for these new systems. The sewage pipes would eventually all filter out to the ocean.
Ah, gross.
But as the high tide would come in, the water would run in the opposite direction and the pipes would overflow, resulting in a very graphic and horrific situation where the reverse flow of the pipes would be so bad that raw sewage would shoot out of people's toilets like a
Wow.
geyser, which obviously was not a pleasant sight for Seattle citizens. Seattle is also a city that experiences constant and heavy rainfall. So as the rain streams downstream.
So I'm thinking that they had the sewage pipes just open out into the ocean. But they didn't put into account, high tide and low tide. Wow. That's what I'm thinking. I could be wrong. That's really interesting, UFO bro. Isn't that crazy how, just, who knows what's
street. This would often lead to the sewage system becoming overwhelmed alongside the water from the high tide. Outside of the sewers, heavy rain would also be a major problem for the city as it caused severe mudslides in the streets that would be deep enough to swallow people whole. It soon became apparent to city officials that a mass reconstruction of Seattle was required to solve these problems, but that was simply too expensive and challenging to authorize. That was until the Great Fire of 1889, of course. You see, in June of that year, a carpenter's apprentice accidentally let boiling glue come into contact with wood chips, which sparked into a huge fire. And given the fact that Seattle was built almost entirely out of wood, the fire grazed through the city center without stopping for almost 24 hours. Combination of ocean wind fanning the flames in the summer heat along with a dysfunctional fire hydrant system led to the most devastating fire in Seattle's history, seeing 25 blocks completely destroyed along with the entire business district. Though luckily there were no deaths reported in any official record.
There's no way. There's no way. That can't even be possible.
In hindsight, many actually viewed
Thank
the
you
Great
so
Seattle
much
Fire
for doing all that research for me, Tanger, for everybody, for us. Thank you.
1889 as a good thing since it served as a turning point for the city. Now Seattle was forced to remodel itself, and with over $120,000 in relief money, they had the funds to do so. This is the environment that led to the creation of the Seattle Underground. The reason that the fire
There's no way. I mean, that nobody died in the fire.
of 1889 was so destructive was that all the buildings were made of wood. So going forward, they required the buildings to be reconstructed of stone or brick, along with new buildings as well. In the midst of all this reconstruction, it was thought that three major problems, wood buildings, mud and sewage, could be solved at once. As a result, the city officials decided to raise the streets.
So they just, I think they just kind of built on top of all those people, in my opinion.
With these new plans, all the streets in Pioneer Square would be raised 1 story higher or about 8 feet above ground level. Stone walls would be built on either side of the street, and then the area in between would be filled with new street on top. This way, stone streets as opposed to mud would...
I'll bet you. They built on top of people.
mean no more mudslides, and now there would also be far more space for bigger and more efficient sewage pipes that could handle the excess water from high tides and rain. However, the project to raise the streets was planned to take nearly a decade to finish, and in the meantime, businesses had to go about their daily commerce as
Wow.
they simply could not wait for 10 years. So as time went by and construction continued, shops, hotels, and restaurants maintained their everyday activities, knowing eventually that the first and sometimes even second floors of their buildings would be entirely underground. Once the new streets were finally finished, the new sidewalks were connected to the old ones through a series of tunnels,
That's weird. Why do all that?
staircases, and ladders. However, the staircases and ladders would often be so steep that several deaths were caused when unwary or inebriated pedestrians did not watch where they were walking at night. Seattle would experience great change just prior to the turn of the century with the 1897 Yukon Gold Rush of Alaska, which saw over 100,000 ambitious miners trek across the United States. In order to reach Alaska, the travelers would have to go through Seattle first before shipping upstream. This brought all
Wow. That's fucking weird. Yeah, I bet, right, UFO? Wow.
Lines of new people and businesses to the city. Many businesses in Pioneer Square capitalized on the gold rush and stocked up on supplies to sell to the incoming miners. So the Seattle Underground was then used as a storage space for all the supplies, but this would end up causing a mass infestation of rats. It was a disturbing sight, as there were so many rats in the underground that people would claim the floor looked as if it was moving. The so-called swamp of rats quickly spiraled out of control and started to affect
Said it started the bubonic plague.
the entire city. It wasn't soon after that Seattle experienced an outbreak of the bubonic plague in 1907 as a result. With this in mind, the city officials formally condemned the underground, beginning a new chapter in its history.
When you stay at a Vrbo, the host doesn't stay with you. Because without privacy in your vacation home, it isn't really a vacation, is it?
After about a decade, the Yukon Gold Rush began to die down. Along with it went the mass influx of travelers to Seattle. Most of the more lucrative legitimate businesses left Pioneer Square to go elsewhere in the city, leaving the once prestigious square to take on a rather negative reputation. You see, the fledgling reputation of Pioneer Square due to the fleeing commerce also coincided with the emergence of the Seattle Underground as a mysterious community, completely separate from those above ground. With the city's condemnation of the underground and the lack of legitimate business in the area, all that remained was the illegal and clandestine enterprises who...
I wonder if there's any underground cities in Michigan. Detroit. Wow, I wonder. And would they even tell us, like, if there was, you know?
now had free reign to rule the underground. Then, once the Prohibition era began in the 1920s and alcohol was banned across the United States, the Seattle Underground became a prime location for speakeasies, illegal bars that sold alcohol during Prohibition but were also associated with jazz music, organized crime, flappers,
Amen.
and other popular culture icons of the 1920s. In the underground, many restaurants or bars that were now under the streets were repurposed into these speakeasies that attracted many customers.
Wow.
As we mentioned before, this brought about many safety hazards as numerous intoxicated patrons would fall to their death around the ladders trying to enter or leave the underground. Over time, the
Wow.
Seattle Underground morphed into a topic that was rarely discussed in formal dialogue, as it did not officially exist. It soon became a thing of myths, rumors, and tall tales. But by the 1930s, the public intrigue grew large enough that a group of private investors led by a man who called himself Captain G ventured into the underground in 1936. The goal of their journey was the investigation of illegal gambling and racketeering operations, which were suspected to be large and lucrative.
Wow. It's wow. I'm just in shock that this was going on. So the whole time that we're being taught history, there was a whole other alternate universe going on. Alternate universe going on. Wow.
They would then report their findings in the Seattle Star, a popular newspaper publication for the first half of the 20th century. Captain G and his investigators concluded that the Seattle Underground was not actually as bad as the public perception of it was. In fact, they noted that it was an entirely different community within itself, and they led a relatively civil society where most adhered to their own laws. Granted, these laws which they obeyed were not the official laws of Seattle, and the people still engaged in numerous illegal activities that the general public viewed as socially degenerate. What the investigators observed was
so I wonder if this is heaven. And the people who live in the underground, that's hell.
that the Seattle Underground was not necessarily worse than any of the other crime districts within the city or others across the United States. That being said, the criminal operation in the Seattle Underground still posed a huge detriment to the city overall, because all legitimate businesses are heavily taxed by the city government and often have to pay costly license fees. None of the profits from the illegal businesses in the underground ended up in the city's circulation.
Or in history.
The underground cost Seattle millions of dollars in lost tax revenue annually. Not only were these illegitimate businesses profitable, but they were also plentiful, as Captain G and his investigators found many bookies, games of blackjack, lotteries, slot machines, and racing spots. However, due to the action of these investigators, who had been granted a plea from a grand jury to look into the underground, lots of the racing spots began to close down. Resorts became deserted, slot machines disappeared, and over time, it seemed the entire illegal industry in the underground faded away. In 1939, the Puget
Yeah, you're right.
Sound earthquake, which measured as a 6.2 on the Richter scale, shook Seattle, and many parts of the underground were filled with debris, most of which remains there to this day. But other than that earthquake, the Seattle underground stayed rather undisturbed for the better part of 30 years, ever since the illegal gambling rings were broken up. Well, these series of passageways evolved into sensationalist rumors and myths surrounding the criminal underworld in the 1910s, 1920s, 40s, and 50s. The Seattle Underground almost disappeared completely from the public mind, and everyday citizens would walk the streets without knowing the vast array of corridors that lied just beneath their feet. It wasn't until the 1960s that the underground was rediscovered, when a writer from Pioneer Square named Bill Speidel uncovered old newspapers talking about the old and secretive passageways under the city. After writing about his discoveries and gaining an overwhelming amount of public curiosity, Bill Speidel created the Seattle Underground Tour in 1965 by popular demand. On the tour, customers are taken into the underground itself, where they can experience the mysterious atmosphere firsthand. They also learn the deep history of this unusual structural phenomenon. The tour still exists today and remains very popular, while 20 blocks of Pioneer Square were officially recognized as a historic district by the city. Ever since the creation of the tour, many people claim that the Seattle Underground is a common site for ghost sightings and other forms of paranormal activities. For example, many who take the tour say that they have a constant uneasy feeling throughout, while some have seen and heard unexplained things while taking the tour. There have also been several notes of strange occurrences involving moving objects or changes to pictures or paintings. Some people even notice strange figures in the pictures they take themselves while on the tour. Skeptics would say that this phenomenon is just played up by the tour guides to sell more tickets, but for those with an imagination, it does make sense for the Seattle Underground to be rife with unexplained occurrences.
Get ready to say those 5 little words. We're talking about
Rudy Tooty, fresh and fruity.
Yep, it's back for a limited time. The $6 Rudy Tooty Fresh and Fruity Combo. 2 eggs, 2 bacon strips, and 2 fruit top pancakes. Only from IHOP.
Your dog is your best friend. But your dog's best friend is your ex-girlfriend, because she always has irresistible pepperoni. Be your best friend's best friend. Pepperoni.
Los Angeles, California is Manson country. From heat-blasted lairs in the desert.
This is the secret entrance into the Manson camp.
To the wealthy suburbs he painted with blood. Charles Manson is just one dark chapter in this city story.
So the underworld of this place might be great.
From a downtown ghost terminal to a World War II super bunker that defended against mysterious invaders.
This is the world's largest mass.
Weird stuff going on. Okay. Bye-bye. See you again.
The greatest menace to LA is its underground.
7.8 earthquake could likely cause hundreds of fatalities, thousands of injuries.
We're peeling back the layers of time on cities of the underworld. Los Angeles, land of Manson. Craziest. So 1960s, you had witnesses having acid flashbacks on the stand. Charles Manson also tried to stab a
on the hillside.
hidden away from the California sunshine is a super bunker as well protected as any Nazi shelter in Berlin. And in 1942, it was packed with nervous soldiers waiting for a deadly Japanese air raid.
There are dozens and dozens of rooms down here.
Look at that one.
Here we've got one.
What is this?
Well, that's someplace that I've never been before.
Can I get down it?
Absolutely.
Really?
If you're so inclined.
This tunnel once ran to the mechanical plotting room, where the guns could be locked on an enemy target, 14 miles at sea.
Wow. 1942.
Ground zero for the Battle of Los Angeles. This tunnel was the lowest level of the battery. One of three defending the fort from attack by sea. 2 rifle batteries on the ocean side. And on the back side of the fort was a mortar battery, with guns designed to fire at a higher trajectory and take out enemy ships at sea. In addition to housing guns and storing ammo, this battery became a barracks when World
What year did the did that ship that had all the Jews during World War II get turned away from the U.S.?
walking right underneath of the barracks, the entire battery above. 50 guys over my head. What is this?
Well, that's someplace that I've never been before.
Can I get down it?
Absolutely.
Really?
If you're so inclined.
This tunnel once ran to the mechanical plotting room, where the guns could be locked on an enemy target, 14 miles at sea. I'm at ground zero for the Battle of Los Angeles. This tunnel was the lowest level of the battery, one of three defending the fort from attack by sea. 2 rifle batteries on the ocean side. And on the back side of the fort was a mortar battery, with guns designed to fire at a higher trajectory and take out enemy ships at sea. In addition to housing guns and storing ammo, this battery became a barracks when World War II began. Walking right underneath of the barracks, the entire battery above. 50 guys over my head in the dark, waiting for the Japanese to attack.
Only 50 guys.
As the weeks after Pearl Harbor dragged on, more and more American servicemen were crowded into the fort to bolster defenses. A base that held as few as 23 men in peacetime now had 7,000 soldiers crammed into dank rooms like this. It's almost impossible for us now to understand how a soldier living down here, stationed here, would have to think.
I would say the closest thing that you could compare it to is maybe 9/11, you know.
Why were they down there? I mean,
That sick feeling that we all had after. The soldiers that I've interviewed, they were all very jittery. For years, the propaganda that had been pumped into us was saboteurs and attack from the east and this. And so when Pearl Harbor comes, it makes it real.
30,000 Japanese Americans living in Los Angeles' Little Tokyo immediately fell under suspicion. Air raid drills began, and the tension only grew when a Japanese sub surfaced off the coast and torpedoed an American cargo ship.
Well, we had a submarine attack on Christmas Eve, 1941, right off the coast here, 2 miles out. The ship was outside the harbor, and it was struck by a torpedo.
We are right out there.
2 miles off.
The cargo ship was towed back into the harbor with a huge hole in its side. More Japanese subs were spotted off the coast of San Francisco, and another fired at an oil refinery near Santa Barbara. Then the subs disappeared. Many feared this small naval raid was just the prelude to a massive air attack.
I think they wanted to, you know, get rid of a lot of people. A lot of people probably, I mean, he wanted to rule the world. He was a sicko. He wouldn't have just stopped at Jews. I mean, it wouldn't have just stopped there.
And braced for the worst.
The people of that time felt like this was war and it had come to Southern California.
Finally, the months of growing hysteria came to a head on one fateful night, February 24th, 1942.
The day starts pretty much like every other day since the attack. Rumors, words of you know, my gosh, an impending doom that's coming. Then the Navy issues an order that there's an impending attack.
At 7:18 p.m., a yellow warning signal was sent from the Army's Interceptor Command to the city's police. meaning enemy planes approaching. Civil defense ordered a blackout, and Los Angeles went dark. But was it the beginning of an assault, a bizarre hoax, or something else?
All at the same time, sirens are going off, searchlights are crisscrossing.
How come we never hear any of this stuff?
The sky. Some searchlights actually lock in on an object up there. Again, what is it? Nobody really knows. Eyewitnesses say airplanes, other eyewitnesses say smoke, others say a spherical object.
1,440 rounds of anti-aircraft ammo were fired from this battery and its 2 guns. But no enemy planes were brought down, and no Japanese fleet loomed on the horizon. 2 hours after it began, the Battle of Los Angeles was over, and 60 years of controversy began.
My eyewitnesses that I've interviewed, a very strong proportion of them say they saw aircraft. Okay, I think the officers and those in power say that there was nothing.
After the war, the Japanese stated they sent no planes to LA that night. So if there was something in the skies, where did it come from?
It has been argued that this is the world's largest mass UFO sighting in history. So it takes on a whole new dimension that's beyond my grasp.
Some believe the unidentified flying objects that night didn't descend from outer space, but from a nearby U.S. airbase.
Why would the military be sending military aircraft over LA?
Well, some of the more suspicious people tend to think that maybe the United
I would say it would be, in my opinion, to wag the dog. I mean, I could be wrong.
States was trying to
I will look at
force the
that.
community to sort of realize we're at war now. Some have even gone so far as to say that actually the air raid was engineered or was designed to validate the internment of the Japanese from the Los Angeles area.
If you scare the population, they'll be
Yeah.
away.
Within a year, 120,000 Japanese American citizens were stripped of their rights and locked away in camps for the duration of the war. The fear and paranoia that led to that outrage were ratcheted up by the mysterious aerial incident that played out here.
That's so fucked up, huh?
34 years after the base was decommissioned and the last soldier was shipped out, these empty, decrepit tunnels are the only reminders of the battle that never was.
In 1974, a document was declassified that quite likely enemy agents had operated commercial aircraft in the skies of Los Angeles that night in order to spread general alarm and disclose the location of anti-aircraft batteries. So, good idea. Set out a decoy, provoke a response. Well, maybe what they learned was, because of installations like Fort MacArthur, attacking Los Angeles would be a very bad idea.
That's so that's
Upfront pricing. That's car buying reimagined. CarMax.
Melted to perfection. Try the new toasted baguettes from Panera.
oh, that's like the like a museum or something. Yeah, you're right, Chandra. About that, absolutely.
Hi, and welcome to my latest video. For those of you new to my channel, my name is Andrew, and I make videos in North Yorkshire. Today, I'm at the brilliant Eden Camp, a family-owned, self-sustained former prisoner of war camp turned museum here in Malton. In this video, I'm going to take a look at the history of this amazing place before having a wander around and give you a bit of a tour. As always, if you enjoyed the video, do give it a like and drop your comments in below. This one is the story of POW Work Camp 83. As soon as you enter this place, you're aware you're going back in time. Over the past 30 years, every school child within a 50-mile radius will probably have been here on a school trip. It really is that good. Just last year,
(1939). Hitler's armies invade Poland, and Britain is at war with Germany. For over 2 years, Britain stood virtually alone. But late in 1941, Japan attacked the American naval base at Pearl Harbor in Hawaii. And as a result, the United States entered the war. Britain, at last, had its most powerful ally fighting alongside it.
Yeah, I would imagine it would be. My mother was raised through those times. Like, she grew up during the Blitz and stuff in England. This what I'm looking at now is Burton Wood Air Force Base. That's where my mother, grew up near. She would talk about going to the dances there and stuff.
RAF Burton Wood in Lancashire had opened in 1940, originally to supply Spitfires and other aircraft to the RAF for use in the Battle of Britain. Then, in 1942, it was made available to the US Army Air Corps, and very soon afterwards, the Americans began to arrive. The first group reached Burton Wood on June the 11th, 1942. They came by sea. Air transport across the Atlantic wasn't possible at that time. Soon, the streets of Warrington began to reverberate with American accents and US military uniforms. Most of the locals had only seen Americans on the cinema screen, and they were apparently delighted to see the real thing. It must have been a strange place for the Americans. Britain had been at war for over 2 years, and everything was rationed, including the sunshine. The huge base at Burton Wood was constructed as an aircraft maintenance and repair unit. 13 gigantic aircraft hangars and massive workshops sprang up, all of which were taken over by the incoming American troops. Aircraft such as fighters had to be transported by sea from the US. They arrived at Liverpool docks and were taken by road to Burton Wood for assembly and test flying. You can see some here being trucked through the centre of Liverpool. They came by the thousands. P-47 Thunderbolts, B-17s, the Flying Fortress, P-38 Lightnings. Although operational missions were not flown from Burton Wood, the base serviced and repaired well over a third of all B-17 Flying Fortress bombers ever built.
Have you ever heard of Newton Lee Willows? Sometime.
Infused with nourishing serum and almond oil, Nivea essentially enriched lotion locks in goodness for smooth,
That's where I used
luminous
to live.
skin. Because self-care is all a matter of perspective. For goodness that keeps going, nourish on with Nivea.
Oh, no talking. No talking.
Hello everyone, it's Friday the 17th of September. I'm in Newton Le Willows.
Oh, yes.
I'm going to walk along the high street. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thanks for joining me for this walk.
Right, we do. You're right. I do believe in them in a way you have to love. This is 1 year ago. This guy's making a lot. That looks like the train station or something. Is it? Or a church? Is it a church?
A bit of glare. You can get it.
I don't know, maybe it was a church that they made into a restaurant or something. Who knows?
Might be a bit too much glare there.
Oh yeah, it is. Area restaurant.
Check out their website.
Wow. Double-decker buses still though. You're gonna go to Oakland. Weird to see it now, you know, the way it looks. So different. I guess they're really not talking, but there's tall buildings there now. Oh my God, I can't believe it. I can't believe that they have like a tall building there now. Like, oh my God, why?
Yo, hello everyone, it's JB here. Today, I'm in Newton Le Willows. I'm going to show you around this little town. very historic, some really nice pieces of history around here I can show you guys. It's a nice little town. Just outside of you, we're showing you a few places.
It's like everything's closed though, where he is.
Quite a little shopping centre. Interesting things in this window as I put up these.
Oh my god, it looks the same. How long ago is this? So, 1 year ago. It's a Earlstown walking tour. Exploring with JB, it's called. Exploring with JB.
Show you around the area.
My god, there's the market square. That's where they have market day.
Very bright, hot and sunny today. UV is high.
Yeah, I'm ready for market
very
day.
high.
Must be a Thursday.
I'll show you this monument in the centre here.
Market day was so much fun.
And we'll have a look at the police station. I'm not sure if it's being used right now or not though.
Station's not being used. They had a modern one when I was there. I love Earlstown Market Day.
It doesn't actually say very much. Walk around towards the police station and Newton Town Hall. Just want to apologise if the camera starts shaking from time to time. Sometimes I lose stability on the camera. I'm not actually sure why that happens, but I have noticed it. I'm trying to correct that issue as much as possible. Hopefully this video isn't too bad. Here's Newton Police Station.
I wish you'd say what streets he's on.
Takes you up to the main shopping centre. This is Newton Town Hall that we're outside of right now. Urban District of Newton in Makerfield, South African War, 1899 to 1902. This was erected by public subscription. I believe that's at 1904. That one is the Great Wall.
I had a sighting too. UFO
War
bird.
1914 to 1918. And these are the fallen soldiers, men of Newton Wills, whose soldiers died in the Great War of 1914 to 1918. Volunteers serving in other regiments. This side is World War II, 1939 to 1945. Here, how people lost their lives during World War II on this side. And this one, detachments, third detachments, 1902.
I wish he'd read them off. I bet you there's a lot of my relatives there.
Yep.
I mean, I'm related to most of the family. I mean, the town.
And that pretty much covers it for the little town of Newton Willows.
You don't need to go up Sturgis Street. Can't go up Sturgis Street.
Over the course of the last year, I've covered strange disappearances that have taken place all over North America in a variety of different wilderness areas. These people range from those with PhDs to young persons to others
Now,
who you
I
might not
wonder
expect
if
to go
there's
missing.
underground cities in these places where people are going strangely disappearing, you know, like if they're falling into like these certain holes or whatever in these underground cities, you know. I mean, I would assume they must need new DNA mixture in there every once in a while, right?
Such as park rangers and others with wilderness expertise. Now, this is another long one, so grab a hot drink and let's begin. This first disappearance took place on Mount La Seine, which is approximately 70 miles to the southeast of Mount Shasta. However, the mountains are...
Is there an underground city under Mount Shasta?
...part of the same Cascade Range. Mount La Seine peaks at around 10,500 feet, while Mount Shasta peaks at 14,200 feet. 14-year-old Billy Coleman lived with his parents who owned a cabin which sat at the foot of the mountain at around 4,500 feet, which is just above the snow line. A short time after Christmas of 1939, the Coleman family invited their extended family and some of Billy's friends to come and stay over with them. I did some background reading on the Colemans and this incident, and this is what I found. On the 5th of January 1940, the Monroe News Star reported this. Young Coleman, who was just recovering from an attack of influenza, vanished on New Year's Day from a cabin near Viola, 40 miles cast of here.
Great, invite everybody there when he's got influenza. I mean, come on now. Please.
So, one way or another, Billy managed to catch a serious case of the flu, but he was getting better at this time. Now, Billy disappeared on the 1st of January 1940, so given what happened to him, he wouldn't have been 100% healthy at the time, and in all likelihood wouldn't have been in the mood to go on some kind of long hike or anything like that. Sources indicate that at the time, which was around 4 p.m, Billy was playing nearby next to a tree near the cabin. His mother said that she saw him playing there and went to run some errands, and when she returned...
See, is there any underground cities under Mount Shasta?
Just a couple of minutes afterwards, he had gone. She went outside to retrieve her son and started to call for Billy, but her calls went unanswered and panic mode set in. All present at the cabin began to scour the area whilst one of them reported the incident to the police. This initial search wasn't only unsuccessful, but the group couldn't even determine which direction Billy may have gone. The search for Billy was massive, and it grew really quick too. There were between 250 and 500 searchers, though most sources indicate that the number was closer to 500. This disappearance gets awfully unusual almost right from the get-go. Let's have a look at the Reno Evening Gazette, who reported this on the 9th of January 1940. A sick, lost boy, Billy Coleman, who vanished New Year's Day into the vast wilderness at the foot of Mount La Seine, was hunted by 400 men today. They drained a creek yesterday in a futile search for his body. The only clues were provided by the discovery near the creek. Parts of the boy's clothing were found, including his overalls and underwear. Tangled tracks, partly washed out by the rain, were also found. The sheriff expressed that it appeared as though someone, obviously in all likelihood Billy, had been wandering around aimlessly. It's also important to clarify too that the footprints petered out after a time and there were no more to follow afterwards. Now, Billy's clothing had been found a whole week after his disappearance, and it's not clear exactly when Billy made his way to the creek, how or why. I think that the assumption that was being made was that Billy must have gone to the creek and thereby suffered from hypothermia. Billy's clothes were found around 250 yards away from the cabin, so this creek was very close to the family home. In all likelihood, Billy probably played at this creek a lot, either with friends or by himself. So while speculating, of course, it's probably safe to assume that he was familiar with the creek. Now, whether he just made his own way there, caught a glimpse of something that interested him nearby and just wandered off, or whether there was another presence nearby, it's not at all clear. But given his state, he may have been feeling a bit dazed, tired, maybe not completely with it, perhaps misjudged the temperatures because for Mount La Seine, its average temperature at that time is 13 degrees Fahrenheit or minus 10 degrees Celsius. Of course, I imagine that depends on elevation too, but the main point is that it was very cold in the area.
I'm thinking the mother went to run some errands, right? The mother went to run some errands. That's what they said.
And it grew really quick too. There were between 250 and 200 feet. 14-year-old Billy Coleman lived with his parents who owned a cabin which sat at the foot of the mountain at around 4,500 feet, which is just above the snow line. A short time after Christmas of 1939, the Coleman family invited their extended family and some of Billy's friends to come and stay over with them. I did some background reading on the Colemans and this incident, and this is what I found. On the 5th of January, 1940, the Monroe News Star reported this. Young Coleman, who was just recovering from an attack of influenza, vanished on New Year's Day from a cabin near Viola, 40 miles cast of here. So, one way or another, Billy managed to catch a serious case of the flu, but he was getting better at this time. Now, Billy disappeared on the 1st of January 1940, so given what happened to him, he wouldn't have been 100% healthy at the time, and in all likelihood wouldn't have been in the mood to go on some kind of long hike or anything like that.
So why would he be outside 13 below zero?
Sources indicate that at the time, which was around 4 p.m., Billy was playing nearby next to a tree near the cabin. His mother said that she saw him playing there and went to run some errands, and when she returned, just a couple of minutes afterwards, he had gone. She went outside to
Okay. Let's think about this. 1940, right? 1939. It's 13 degrees below. New Year's Day. Her kid just got over influenza. And he's outside by a tree, playing by a tree. Okay, so he's 14. What, playing by a tree by himself? I mean, really? Outside? And she drives away to run some errands that are supposedly for a few minutes? I don't think anything was like a few minutes back then. On New Year's Day, I mean, 13 degrees below.
retrieve her son and started to call for Billy, but her calls went unanswered and panic mode set in. All present at the cabin began to scour the area whilst one of them reported the incident to the police. This initial search wasn't only unsuccessful, but the group couldn't even determine which direction Billy may have gone. The search for Billy was massive, and it grew really quick too.
I think they should have searched the trunks of the people who were there visiting and their suitcases.
There were between 250 and 500 searchers, though most sources indicate that the number was closer to 500. This disappearance gets awfully unusual almost right from the get-go. Let's have a look at the Reno Evening Gazette, who reported this on the 9th of January, 1940. A sick, lost boy, Billy Coleman, who vanished New Year's Day into the vast wilderness at the foot of Mount Lassen, was...
What, a sick, lost boy? I mean, seriously? Why was he outside at 4 p.m.? It would probably be getting dark at that time. And the mother just drives away and leaves him? I mean...
was hunted by 400 men today.
Hunted?
They drained a creek yesterday in a futile search for his body. The only clues were provided by the discovery near the creek. Parts of the boy's clothing were found, including his overalls and underwear. Tangled tracks, partly washed out by the rain, were also found. The sheriff expressed that it appeared as though someone, obviously, in all likelihood Billy, had been wandering around aimlessly.
I mean, so it was raining too?
It's also important to clarify too, that the footprints petered out after a time, and there were no more to follow afterwards. Now, Billy's clothing had been found a whole week after his disappearance, and it's not clear exactly when Billy made his way to the creek, how, or why. I think that the assumption that was being made was that Billy must have gone to the creek and thereby suffered from hypothermia. Billy's clothes were found around 250 yards away from the cabin, so this creek was very close to the family home. In all likelihood, Billy probably played at this creek a lot, either with friends or by himself. So while speculating, of course, it's probably safe to assume that he was familiar with the creek. Now, whether he... He just made his own way there, caught a glimpse of something that interested him nearby, and just wandered off. Or whether there was another presence nearby, it's not at all clear. But given his state, he may have been feeling a bit dazed, tired, maybe not completely with it. Perhaps misjudged the temperatures because for Mount Lucerne, its average temperature at that time is 13 degrees Fahrenheit or minus 10 degrees Celsius. Of course, I imagine that depends on elevation too, but the main point is that it was very cold in the area. So, while some who cover these kinds of disappearances have tried to rule out hypothermia in this case, I just don't think that you can here, given the
I don't know if the mother went on an errand or actually went and, you know, like disposed of him, maybe allegedly. Who knows? You know what I'm saying? Like,
temperatures. However, how and why he went there, and why it took a whole week before his clothes were found in close proximity to the home, with around 500 people present, is another story, and I don't have a great reason for this, that's odd honestly. You can argue that the paradoxical undressing, the resulting consequence from hypothermia, may very well have happened here. But even if hypothermia was a factor here, it still doesn't explain everything. There is still an unusual element to this, because Billy most certainly should have been found during this search. Hypothermia varies, but sources indicate that depending on weather conditions and the temperature, after the state of paradoxical undressing, you really don't have any time left at all. It's either immediate help or that's the end. There are 3 stages to hypothermia. You enter stage 1 when the body temperature falls to 95 degrees Fahrenheit or 35 degrees Celsius. Your extremities lose more and more strength and you start to feel numb and mentally foggy. The body also begins to shiver in this stage, but that is actually a good thing and helps to slow down hypothermia as the body is trying to warm itself. In stage 2, the shivering becomes very aggressive and mental confusion is on set at this point. Movements are slow and vision becomes impaired. At around 32 degrees Celsius or 89 degrees Fahrenheit, you enter
I don't think it has anything to do with that.
to stage 3, where eventually you lose consciousness. The heart rate is dropped that covered this, and they never found a trace of him. Also, it's worth pointing out that if the clothes were found on the 8th, then this almost certainly means that the clothes were found in an area already searched. They were quite literally 250 yards from the house. There's no way that that creek was not searched before a whole week into it. I just can't believe that for a second, not with around 500 people present. I suppose this brings up the question, could this mean that they were placed there after the fact? That, of course, would change absolutely everything, because there's just no way he could have been wandering around for a week like this. Not in such close proximity to the cabin and all the people searching. It's incredibly unusual that after such a thorough search he was never found, and we're actually left with obvious, yet strange and puzzling questions. Where did he go? What actually took place here? How did it happen so quickly? And why was he never found? On the 30th of January, 1940, the Galveston Daily News reported this. After a hunt by horseback in the remote wooded area near Viola, Mr. Coleman was convinced that his son was still in the woods. He said that he could have wandered many miles south of Viola, or perhaps he was taken in an automobile. However, there was very little evidence in support of either of those theories, given that his clothes were found 250 yards away from the cabin, which, if the hypothermia theory rings true, means that it's incredibly unlikely, if not impossible, that he made it miles and miles away, since he would have been in the very final stages of hypothermia, and now without any protection at all from the elements. Also, the clothing being found near the creek doesn't suggest that he was taken forcefully by car. So what happened? This was a highly unusual disappearance, and over 80 years later now, Billy Coleman, not any trace of him, has ever been found. What do you think happened here? Please do leave your thoughts on this one. Dr. Edgar Gordon was 68 years old when he disappeared from Yosemite National Park. Dr. Gordon was a very intelligent man. He was a highly regarded physician who worked in Madison, Wisconsin, and he had done so for many years. Later in life, he became the chief of staff at various university hospitals, and he practiced what he preached.
Billy Coleman, that was his name. Oh, there's a lot of people going missing from 0 people from Arkansas National Park. By the way. So Arkansas is safe for. Can you imagine, like, just fucking somebody just disappearing? I mean, that's fucking crazy, isn't it? That's nuts. And then that's it. Like, they're just like wow. Wow. I'm noticing something about these cases here. Really so here's what I'm thinking is, you know, like, yeah, some of them may have been went missing, and this was my opinion. This is just my only my opinion. All right, so first of all, the majority of these ones in this particular list, you know, so far they've all been, you know, white middle-aged males. But the thing is that they're not going to the forest. Their car is being found parked in the parking lot of the forest. So if there was, you know, say particular people who did, this is all allegedly, we're all just speculating, like, you know, what in Minecraft, I don't know what that means. I don't know what the hell that even means when people say that. But what I'm saying is, say, you know, of course, you know, maybe they got, who knows exactly what it might be if their sport down there, maybe was much like, you know, the Coliseum days and shit. And maybe they've got this, you know, these animals that they've, you know, like huge naked mole rats or something. And they're all kind of like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? And from years and years of um, being passed down, you know, like they probably, if they've grown up in there, they've probably been told, you know, we're the different kind of people or whatever it is, you know, you can't let them see you. So they're probably well adept at being stealth. And this guy's car says he had bought a Toyota Tercel on June 29, 2007, planned to drive to Georgia to meet his two daughters. He was last seen at the Jet Pep gas station and convenience store on Highway 157 in Battleground, Alabama that day. He has never been heard from again. His Toyota was found abandoned in Bankhead Forest off Country Road B15 in Winston County, Alabama. Locals had reported seeing it there as early as July 7th, a week after his disappearance. It was out of gas and with the battery missing. But there was no blood at the scene and no indications of a struggle. So they're also putting on, you know, people acting like they're going disappearing from national parks, but they're not. It's just like their car is being found in a national park. Strange stuff going on in the world, I'll tell you. In my opinion. I'm sorry. Anyway. No, I don't think so either. No, I do not think that either.
Comfort. It all starts with Snuggle.
When dehydration gets real, Pedialyte helps you hydrate during recovery.
He preached too. He was a huge fitness buff and he kept in shape. He was an avid hiker and an experienced cross-country skier. This is precisely what he was doing with one of his sons that day in Yosemite. They were there to hike and ski, to have a great time together in the park. Little did they know.
No, me neither.
That this would be the last time that they would ever see each other again. The first time I came across this disappearance was from the Oakland Tribune, who reported this on the 6th of April, 1975. A search was underway for Edgar, missing in a near blizzard in the national park. He was reported missing about noon Friday after a storm moved into the area and dropped 17 inches of snow. The timing here was absolutely atrocious, and everything that could have possibly gone wrong all happened at the same time. One article stated that Dr. Gordon and his son decided to split up near Badger Pass and see who could make it back to the car park first. Another article stated that Edgar had simply become tired at this point and made his way back to the car alone. It's not clear which is true, but whatever the case may be, as the article stated, almost immediately after this decision was made, they both travelled some distance away from one another, and the weather, described as a freak spring storm, descended on the area, engulfing both of them. If they'd have waited just a couple more minutes before making the decision to split up, this incident would never have taken place. A 50-man search crew so far has failed to locate a 68-year-old physician missing on a skiing trip here, but a ranger said he's hopeful the doctor will be found sheltering in a snow cave. They had every reason to believe this might very well be the case too, because it obviously wasn't Dr. Gordon's first time doing this. He'd taken refuge in a snow cave prior to this incident while on a skiing trip. As described by his family, he had experience with this, which led to all involved to hold out hope.
Oh my God. I mean, how many times can that happen? Why would you even go skiing again?
For him, knowing that he would have some semblance of an idea as to what he should do. Blizzard conditions and waist-deep snow hampered search operations Sunday for Dr. Gordon, who hasn't been seen since. The freak spring storm has dumped more than 3 feet of snow on the area since Friday. Becoming increasingly frustrated with the lack of results of the search effort, both of the sons of Dr. Gordon each took charge of a search dog team, and they led searches through the snowy hills of Yosemite National Park. Snow fell on the searchers Monday, and more light snow was expected today. More than 40 inches have fallen since the doctor was last seen, most of it in a freak 2-day storm over the weekend.
Wow.
Gordon's son, whom he split from, Robert, is leading one of the 3 dog teams and was joined by his brother, Dr. Stuart Gordon, and both continued the search today. The military were also wanting to get involved here and bring in their helicopters, but once more, the weather would have other plans. A park ranger said late Monday the cloud ceiling had lowered in an area of the search, forcing an accompanying military helicopter to call off.
That's crazy. Like, what was that doctor on to some kind of life-saving
efforts? Temperatures in the Badger Pass area were around freezing in the afternoon, a respite from one point during the weekend when they dropped to 5 below zero. Searchers held on in hopes that Gordon had been able to dig himself into a snow trench during the storm. If buried, a ranger explained, his body heat could have helped him survive. We had one guy who stayed in a snow cave for a week with only a pocket full of raisins for food, and he came out of it fine. The search went on for a few more days, and searchers expressed their surprise that nothing had been found yet. It seems that many present were expecting the dog teams to be of more use than they had been, because throughout the search, they hadn't located any kind of scent once. Hope was dim this morning as the search resumed. Temperatures in the area where Gordon was last seen plunged to 8 degrees or minus 13 degrees Celsius overnight. Park rangers scaled down the search today to a few men working with search dogs specially trained to detect human scent through the snow. It seems to me that it becomes so cold, so harshly and quickly in the area that all hope seemed to be lost, and as a result, they began to scale back the search. Presumably, they were also probably worried about having a lot of searchers out in the field in such serious conditions.
I mean, that's like pretty crazy that 40 inches of snow fell. I mean, come on, like.
Specifically, Edgar and Robert separated while skiing towards Dewey Point, which is above Bridalveil Falls at the south rim of Yosemite Valley. The area is at an elevation of 8,000 feet, and these areas were searched extensively throughout. This was a fairly obvious decision to make in terms of where the search should be focused, because given how quickly and how badly the weather worsened, they came to the conclusion that it would have been almost impossible for Dr. Gordon to have left the area. Some 3 feet of snow has fallen since Friday, adding to 10 feet.
So if it was 8,000 feet up, right? Okay, 8,000 feet. Could a helicopter have landed there, or could he have had some bleeding?
That was already on the ground. Temperatures have been well below freezing every night. At the time he disappeared, Gordon was wearing only ski pants, a wool shirt, and a nylon windbreaker. He was carrying no food. Rangers said that the chances of survival here were very slim. They also said that a snowstorm that evening brought winds of up to 40 miles an hour and limited visibility to 10 feet. They continued to search for a number of days after this, and with an increased dog presence, but still, they didn't find a trace of him. No scent was ever discovered.
It's everything you
Pretty
wish for.
crazy,
Your
huh?
site traffic is skyrocketing until this happens. Be careful what you wish for. Build your site on a platform that's engineered for success. So if traffic spikes, instead of overloading your servers,
Dr. Gordon's body would be discovered close to 40 days after the search ended in an area that had been searched many times in the initial effort. A helicopter crew spotted him atop Bridalveil Falls, which had been the focus of the search throughout. Law enforcement said that he must have been under snow at the time during the search, which is why the dogs must not have been able to locate him. This is interesting in and of itself, mind you, because the search helicopter wasn't actually even looking for Dr. Gordon at the time. The helicopter was looking for a party of missing hikers that were thought to have disappeared in approximately the same area. I won't go into their disappearance now, but I may come back to it another time. In the end, Dr. Gordon disappeared without a trace when a sudden freak storm hit the area. No sign of him was found, and the dogs weren't able to find his scent in the area when they initially searched it. Occam's razor would suggest that at some point he must have succumbed and been buried by the snow.
Wow, this guy's brilliant. Very good, Watson. Or Sherlock, whatever, I don't know. Hi, Ginger. I'm gonna be getting off anyway soon.
And Royal Canadian Mounted Police will lead a group of Canadian volunteers in an investigation around Waterton Lake on their side of the line. There is unfortunately no specific record on the 2nd of September 1934 where this was stated. No evidence had been found today by Royal Canadian Mounted Police that Dr. F.H. Lumley had come into Canada from Glacier Park, where police and park officials have conducted a search for him since August 13. So the point at which we're jumping in, and the point at which the press picked up the story, is a couple weeks in now, almost 3, and it seems as if at this point there's a bit of debate as to whether he was in the States or whether he'd crossed to Canada. Without trying to sound overly cynical here, this was probably fueled partially as a
Each one of them is so interesting. Each case is like really, you know, like even what he just said, he didn't say no trace. It said no evidence had been found that he even was at that park. So it makes me wonder if the statistics that they're putting out there of people being missing at parks and, you know, I mean, I'd have to look individually into each one of them to see if, you know, like for the ones who they weren't even going to the park. But what they would do, it seems, in the pictures of them is they would put pictures of them looking like you could believe they were out hiking that day, you know? But it's not that they're, I mean, if you think about it, even look at the park there in Japan, you know, the Ueside Park, the forest or whatever. I don't know how to say the name of it. But they, you know, find these cars there that have been sitting there because I mean, I'm just living in shock right now that there's been an alter universe, right? Is that what they're called? Is that the alternate universe, or what's it called? Do you know what I'm talking about? I mean, they say, sorry, excuse me. I know, I talk a lot, okay, so whatever. Because I'm always learning, so. All right. I wonder if it was like the earth that was what was separating. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, what is it called? It's like an alternate universe or something. Parallel universe, that's it.
Could I get the 10-piece chicken McNuggets? Wait, no, Big Mac. I'm still here.
Get one favorite with a Big Mac or 10-piece chicken McNuggets and get another for just $2. Right now at McDonald's.
Diehards choose Die Hard, and they get it at Advance Auto Parts.
Did you know another version of you exists somewhere else and make contact you at some point? While we hope your other version is not up to no good, some people still have trouble accepting parallel universes as a real thing. However, in this video, we bring you the top terrifying signals from parallel universes that scientists will never solve. How many universes are there? Some people find it comforting to believe there is a single one. However, the theory of parallel universes or multiple universes has gained support even from prominent scientists. Lending support are truly bizarre cases or experiences that people have had that suggest they did interact with whole other universes, even if briefly. What is perplexing is that science has not been able to explain these experiences in a satisfactory way that does not involve parallel universes. Our list of cases in this video where people have reported receiving signals from parallel universes will challenge everything you've been told about the universe. Some of them will make you question the reliability of your brain. And number one is a signal that is bewilderingly connected to a world-famous man, which sets it apart from the rest. This is the Mandela effect. Yes, the same iconic Nelson Mandela from South Africa. Mandela passed away in 2013, and the whole world observed the mourning and burial rites. However, some people claim to remember the iconic freedom fighter's life differently. Some people are convinced they can recollect Nelson Mandela dying in prison in South Africa in 1985. The nation mourned, and his wife gave him a memorable eulogy. This was all on the news. To explain this seeming disparity in history, a paranormal researcher coined the term the Mandela effect. Some people believe the Mandela effect is evidence that we are truly living in an alternate reality, and Mandela did die in the 80s in another universe. There are legions of true believers in this effect. We'll find Reddit communities that discuss the subject that have over 200,000 members. There are websites, hashtags, and videos with millions of views.
What do you think about that?
All these people incredibly remember things the same way. Enthusiasts call evidence of the effect's residue as if there was a timeline that has since been erased. We're only able to see the residual hints of what once was. Another popular theory associated with the Mandela effect is that CERN, the European Research Centre, caused a splinter in time and space when it fired up the Large Hadron Collider in 2008 and started flinging atoms at other atoms to discover.
I don't know about that, but
discover the roots of the universe. Who knows what these scientists are up to in their little labs? And number two is the green children of Woolpit. You might have heard about the little green men coming to visit the world from civilizations far away from us in the universe. However, it seems we might have had the pleasure of hosting two of them on this planet thanks to parallel universes. This bizarre story takes us back to the 12th century when some reapers working in a field stumbled across two children in some ditches that were made to trap wolves at a place known as Woolpit. First, the workers did not expect to find children at this place, but more amazingly, the children's skin was tinged with a green hue. Their clothes were made from unfamiliar materials, and their speech was unintelligible to the reapers. The apparently lost children were taken to the village, where they were eventually accepted into the home of a local landowner, Sir Richard Decane of Wilkes. The children would not eat any food presented to them, even though they were hungry. Eventually, the villagers brought around recently harvested beans, which the children devoured. They survived only on beans for many months until they acquired a taste for bread. The boy fell sick and soon died, but the girl remained in good health and eventually lost her green skin. In time, she learned to speak English and later married a man at King's Lynn who turned out to be an ambassador of Henry II. After she learned how to speak English, she relayed the story of their origins, and this was where it got interesting. The girl said that she and her brother came from a strange underground land called the Land of St. Martin, where there was no sun. Like them, all the inhabitants of St. Martin's Land who lived underground were green. She described another luminous land that could be seen across a river. The girl explained that she and her brother were tending their father's flock when they came upon a cave. On entering the cave, they wandered through the darkness for a long time until, following the sound of bells, they came out the other side, entering into bright sunlight, which they found startling.
Wow.
It was then that they were found.
Wow. Did you hear that? That just basically just said exactly what. Wow.
At other atoms to discover the root universe. Who knows what these scientists are up to in their little labs? And number 2 is the green children of Woolpit. You might have heard about the little green men coming to visit the world from civilizations far away from us in the universe. However, it seems we might have had the pleasure of hosting 2 of them on this planet thanks to parallel universes. This bizarre story takes us back to the 12th century when some reapers working in a field stumbled across 2 children in some ditches that were made to trap wolves at a place known as Woolpit. First, the workers did not
Woolpit.
expect to find children in this place, but more amazingly, the children's skin was tinged with a green hue. Their clothes were made from unfamiliar materials, and their speech was unintelligible to the reapers. The apparently lost children were taken to the village, where they were eventually accepted into the home of a local landowner, Sir Richard Decane of Wilkes. The children would not eat any food presented to them, even though they were hungry. Eventually, the villagers brought around recently harvested beans, which the children devoured. They survived only on beans for many months until they acquired a taste for bread. The boy fell sick and soon died, but the girl remained in good health and eventually lost her green skin. In time, she learned to speak English and later married a man at King's Lynn who turned out to be an ambassador of Henry II. After she learned how to speak English, she relayed the story of their origins, and this was where it got interesting. The girl said that she and her brother came from a strange underground land called the Land of St. Martin, where there was no sun. Like them, all the inhabitants of St. Martin's Land who lived underground were green. She described another luminous land that could be seen across a river. The girl explained that she and her brother were tending their father's flock when they came upon a cave. On entering the cave, they wandered through the darkness for a long time until, following the sound of bells, they came out the other side, entering into bright sunlight, which they found startling. It was then that they were found by the reapers, seemingly in another universe. Let's go to number 3, which is the story of the mysterious man from Taured. We go to Japan this time, but in the 1950s, where a man showed up at an airport. When asked by customs officials where he came from, the man simply replied, Taured. To this day, some people...
Guys, anybody still with me? I'm going to be ending this in a minute.
will take this story as evidence of time travel or parallel universes. In case you're wondering what makes this story unusual, there is no country by the name of Taured, either today or during the 1950s. And the story ends with a man disappearing a day after arriving in Japan and leaving no trace. All of his personal documents, such as his passport and driver's license, also disappeared. It was a hot day when this man arrived at Haneda Airport, also known as Tokyo International Airport. He was described as Caucasian with a beard. Whilst his primary language is said to have been French, accounts claim that he spoke Japanese and many other languages as well. The man handed over his passport for stamping, and that was when the Japanese immigration officer noticed something strange. Whilst the passport looked authentic,
my mom never came home from her trip. There's got to be a way to find her. You're breaking into her email? Who are these people?
That's your mom. The country where it was issued, Taured, was recognized as non-existent by both the officer and his colleagues. The man from Taured was therefore taken away for interrogation. According to the traveler, Taured was a place between France and Spain and had by then been in existence for 1,000 years.
Yeah, because both of them eat a lot of beans in that area, legumes, like, right? How do you call them? You know what I mean? Beans. I was gonna say France. I was gonna. Oh my God.